Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on what part of the world you are in. We're going to have about, I don't know, 6 to 8 hours of monorail track laying to go. Something like that. The first loop is in, so the first monorail's in and running. Now we just got to get the second one in and running, and then we got to work on getting the third one in and running. Well, pretty much just a track. The monorail part's done. And it looks freaking cool. I wasn't going to stream today, but my real life stuff fell through. So I thought I'd come in. Farm Chick 63, good morning. So I thought I'd come in here and mess around with getting some more of the monorail track in it. It is very time consuming. Unfortunately, it is very boring. So let me find a right-hand turn. Single right-hand turn, U. But I was in game earlier after I got the first set of tracks done, and yeah, I am not gonna lie, it's amazing. So we get a couple hours of track laying done. We get the second monorail and it'll jump back in game, and I'll show you show you all what it looks like. The tracks are actually lining up pretty well. It's just getting the curves on and getting the curves lined up with the straight bits is the fun part. Well, once we get them lined up, then the straight sections go a little bit quicker. But I can't completely remove the old track until we get the new track lined up. And once the new track's lined up, then we can remove the old track. Alright, so we're going to stick that one about there, and then I want to see if this one needs to be shortened up a little bit. So now I can get rid of the curved section. And then you can go a little bit shorter. There we go. Alright, so the one heading off into the distance is train 1. The one that's curving over this way is train 2. So we're going to continue working around with train 2. Chef, good morning. So single track section. Duplicate that and pull that one over. We'll get that one lined up. But if you all would like, before I go too much further, if y'all want to see what the first monorail looks like running around, let me know, because I can do a quick save and we can jump in. We can jump in game real quick for a couple minutes. I'll show you what the monorail looks like running around. It's really cool. And then we can come in and continue working through getting the track laid for monorail 2. And because of the way because the splines are already in the track and I have to follow the existing track, I can't run big transform groups. I have to put these in single sections at a time. Farm Chick, we would love to see it. Alright, let me get one or two more sections in so I can get over the road here and fix the upright. I'll do another quick save and then we can jump in game. I'll show you what the first one looks like running around. But then unfortunately we're just going to have hours and hours of this today. And then once I get this done, I want to work on the um, apartment building for the worker storage. All right, let me get one more section in so I can move these supports around and get it off the road. But unfortunately, it's just going to be hours of this today. And then I want to try and do some kind of a monorail garage. Alright, so let me take this support. Let's move, because I got to get this support off the road. So I'm going to take this support and I got to slide it over just a hair. Then we have to take that support and slide it over so it looks like they're spaced out a little bit. And then we'll continue working our way around. Alright, so let me do a save. And we'll jump in game real quick. We'll go for a ride. Let me pull my curtain closed a little bit so I don't get the sun glare right in my eyeballs. We don't have any passengers in the train cars yet. The visibility nodes are not done, but the monorail is actually in and running. Farm Chick, how's the unpacking going? Hope it's going well for you. I know we had, I know you were south of where they were, but I see Alabama got nailed with really bad weather and hail and tornadoes yesterday. Alright, so let's jump. Here, I'll jump in game for a couple minutes. Almost done. I worked late last night. Yeah, I wasn't going to stream today, but I had to change plans. I didn't have to leave the house, so I figured I didn't want to bore everybody to death with like 15 hours of track laying. So I spent about 5 hours and I got the first set of monorail tracks in. Alright, let's flip to... Okay, so this one's not... The tracks are not done yet for this one. That's monorail 3. This is monorail 2. This is the one we're working on now. So this is monorail 1. This is the first set we have in. And I darkened it up a little bit. And I left the doors yellow because I think they look pretty cool. So... And I don't think I... messed around with the indoor camera a little bit today. Okay, so I still have to adjust the indoor camera a little bit. I was messing around trying to get the indoor cameras in their correct position. But even coming over these really tall bridges, the views when you're in this thing are phenomenal. And we got the size of the steel beams like perfect, so it looks like it's just gliding along right on the beam. So it turned out much better than I was expecting it to. Just got to get some logos on it now. But we'll do a loop and then we'll go back in and we'll finish laying track for the second one. But once we get farmland done and this section of the map done, underneath the monorail, you're going to have some really cool views riding around. Okay, my stream is frozen. Farm Chick, you're a genius. Oh my god, this is so cool. Awesome idea. It'll be tons of fun. Let me reset my phone because my phone is frozen. So I will not see chat for a minute or two. I, yeah, I have a feeling it's going to be a bad Wi-Fi day. Because I'm getting nothing but buffering on my phone, so I can't even watch my own stream. But yeah, it's the views from up here are going to be phenomenal once we get all the landscaping done. So the single sections are offset a little bit, so the train underneath has room to run. So the goal is I'm going to try and work on, well, I want to try and get all the monorail track finished today. I'm not going to be too concerned with getting the passengers, the visibility nodes done for that. That's a project for another day. But I want to get, I want to start getting all the railroad silos in. Because at each of the railroad silos, where you can store your grains and your liquids and your bulk, we'll have passenger storage as well. Or worker storage, rather. But once you get over to the parts of the map that are done, the views from up here look really cool. I'm sure I'm still going to have some upright beams on roads and stuff that and touching power inside of power lines and stuff that we're going to have to shift around a little bit. So and then we're going to have, just like the one in front of me now, we're going to have about 6 or 7 or 8 of those scattered around the map. And I'm going to try and put big placeable areas right next to them so you have room to put your placeable factories down. Here, I'll slow it down a little bit, coming over this bridge. And then in the parts of the valley that are done, it looks really cool. Sassy 155, good morning. It is looking great. Yeah, I'm so excited. It is so much fun to come in here and drive this thing around. So, but we can't spend all day in here driving around. We won't get anything done. So, unfortunately, it's going to be a pretty boring stream today because I'm just going to spend the next 6 hours laying monorail track. I can't delete the entire track at once. Then I can't see to make sure I'm putting them in the correct positions. So I delete about 7 or 8 sections at a time, then I put the new sections in and I keep working my way ahead. But they've got to fall exactly on top of the existing track. It's never boring. I don't know. Some days it's boring to me, and I'm the one sitting here. But thank you. But I'm super excited to get the track. Once the track's in, I'm super excited now we could start working on all of the railroad silos and get them in and running. They're going to be time consuming because we're going to have to make them buildable. But I'll be super excited to get them in and working. How does the spacing look with the legs? Because I was off a little bit on the other section. They're not too bad. They're off a hair, but I can live with it. Let me just pull, before I don't duplicate this one, let me take this one and pull it in just a hair. See if they look a little bit more evenly spaced. Alright, they look a little bit better spaced. Yeah, they look better spaced. Yeah, and again, massive shout out to Winston for making my curved monorail track section. So I ate a little bit before I came on, but I didn't have a big lunch. So I'm gonna go. We'll go as long as we can. We'll see how much of this track we can get in today. So I need to ask, do we have any Grey's Anatomy fans in chat? And if you are a Grey's Anatomy fan, what did y'all think of last night's um, episode? I've been watching. I've seen every episode of every season of Grey's Anatomy. So, but my personal thoughts, if you watch the show, that was that was like the weirdest episode ever. All right, we're getting we're getting close to the next bend. Yeah, I don't know what hurts my wrist more is texture painting or doing this because it's all repetitive motion. It's duplicating and then sliding, and it just kills my mouse wrist. Coming up to a bend. get a couple more sections in. I'm going to do another save. Okay. Just trying to keep it on my phone every now and then too to see if my stream's not if my stream is frozen or not. If I can talk today. Yeah, I'll get up to the corner. I'll do a save. No, I don't want to delete that one yet. I want to get up to the corner. Get up to the corner before we delete too much. So, anyone have any exciting plans for the weekend? But yeah, I want to work on the map all weekend. And then on Monday, we need to build 2 sets of greenhouses. And that's probably going to take us a couple days, a day or two to get those built. So I sent the Orchard 1, Orchard 2, the rubber plantation, and the vineyard to the Patreon members this morning. So we'll get those released next weekend. So after the orchards pack, I want to work on the greenhouse placeables. Because we'll need them all for this map. Alright, so I want to take out that straight section, but I don't want to take out the curve yet. And before we go around the corner, I'm going to do a save. No plans here, just more unpacking and putting things away. Yep. Sassy one, that's exciting here. Lots of rainy days. So our yard is soaked. Yeah, it rained here. My sister's house where I'm staying, the backyard's a big mud puddle. But yeah, I don't plan on leaving the house for the weekend, so I'll be sitting here either on camera or off camera as long as I can. Because the railroad silos are going to be very time consuming. So that's the next longest part of the build is the railroad silos and then the town. Alright, so okay, so I gotta rename you. So you're gonna be a section, but you're gonna be long. Because I've got to stretch you out a little bit to make you work. Now, is it the X or is it the Z? I can never remember. It's that one, but we got to go 0.01 or 02. So it's got to be a little bit longer than normal. So I renamed this section so I know I've messed it up. Now we gotta find another bendy section. So we need a single section with a turn. So let me turn up my speed. Let me fly down here so I can duplicate it and slide it up. Alright, now I gotta slow my speed down because I gotta zoom way in. Alright, so let's get... They're not hard to line up. So I usually get this side lined up first. And we'll adjust it. Oh, not that way, this one. So let's go 0.4. So we get it lined up that way first. Then we come over here and we get this section lined up before we delete the track underneath it. And then it lines up perfectly with our next section. And then I can delete the track. And then before I delete the next section, I throw my single section back in. But I want the single section I didn't make long. So I want a normal single section. So we'll bring it over. And we'll get it turned that direction. And we'll get that one lined up. Then we can delete some more track and do a straight run. So now I can delete that one out that I know I'm like super close and I'm right on. It's got to go at the hair. Yeah, it's got to come back just a hair. Which direction are you? Oh, not that one. I want this direction. There we go. So now we should be nice and straight coming down till our next curve. So we'll delete, get a few of those deleted. And we'll continue working our way down. And if any of the legs land on the roads, we can, I can always come back and, if I don't catch it when I lay it, I'll come back, we can come back and fix them later. So we don't have an upright in the middle of the road. Winston, looking good. And Mr. JWB5, hello, old man. Hello, 102, hello. Hope everyone's doing well on the start of the weekend. I spent 5 hours getting the track in for the first monorail. And this is the second monorail, and then unfortunately the third one's going to be even longer because it runs the perimeter of the map. So we'll be laying monorail track for like the next 6 to 8 hours. But Winston, thank you so much. The curves line up. These curve sections, it made me lines up like super perfect. So I can't delete the entire track out until I make sure everything lines up. So I'm deleting the old track a couple sections at a time. Yeah, I wasn't going to stream today, but the plans I had fell through. Alright, I didn't even look at the last road section. How did the legs land? Yeah, we got to slide this one over a little bit more. Now we can come back and get this one in place. Oh, I didn't want to duplicate you. Alright, so let's undo that. I'm actually going to delete that section out. That's better. That's what I wanted. I wanted the whole section and not just a rail. And again, we're going to have to move one of the uprights. Yep. Alright, so let's come back over here. So that's the previous section. So we'll slide you down a little bit. Alright. Yeah, I don't want to just stick these in big transform groups of big straight rows. I do want to lay these one section at a time to make sure that my monorail is going to line up perfectly. So I'm doing it the long, hard way. (10:18), good afternoon. Welcome. Appreciate everybody stopping in and saying hello. If you're just coming in, I have all the tracks. The tracks for Monorail 1 are completely done, and that's the south loop that runs around the south side of the map. We're working on Monorail 2, which is the north loop, and it took me about 5 hours to get the tracks in for the south loop. So unfortunately we have about 6 hours of track, 6 to 8 hours worth of track laying to do. Some of the sections are done because the double track sections are in. Well, some of the double track sections are in. How we looking? We are lined up perfectly. Alright, let's get the next couple sections deleted out. And then I'm going to do a quick save before we move on. Rob VTB is in the house as well. If I missed you, I'm sorry. But we get the second set of tracks and we'll go back in game, because I showed off the first one running around the track, and it is like super cool. And then we'll get the if we get all the track laid today. And so I'm not worried about the visibility node for the workers. That'll be a project for another day. I want to get the apartment complex finished where our worker storage is, because we're going to have to, once the first one's done, then we're going to have to duplicate those several times for all the railroad silos. Now we got a couple of turns. I think there's like a big old S turn coming up soon. Or a couple of S turns coming up soon. Alright, we'll get next couple straight sections, or old track deleted. Work our way down. We get down to that next railroad, or down. We get down closer to this bridge. We'll be about halfway round with the second set of tracks. Rob, are you done decorating? Oh, your new home, Farm Chick. Rob is asking Farm Chick if... I think she's still unpacking. But redecorating's fun. Winston, if you are still in the house, let me know if you have a logo that you use. And if you do, if you don't mind sending it to me. Alright, we got a ways to go yet before we curve. Did I go over another road section? Not yet, coming up. Now when we get to that third, the outer monorail track, there's a four really long straight runs. What I may do is in a single transform group, I may string about 7 or 8 of these together, and we'll try and put them in groups. It'll definitely go a little bit quicker. Because the third monorail pretty much just runs the perimeter of the map. So I can put some long runs together. And are we going to fall on the road, or are we going to split the road? We're going to split the road. Alright, where are we? Yeah, we're about halfway around. I could probably put a long run of these together now if I wanted to. Alright, let's try it. Let's try it. Let's go. Let's create a transform group. Can always undo it. Let's go. Hold on. I want to close that big mess first. Let's close you. Let's close you a minute. Let's go here. Let's go edit, cut, and paste. And let's go long single run. So let's go edit. I'm going to put you about here. So let's take a single track. Let's go edit, cut, and paste. And then we're going to have to line it back up with this guy. And once we get it lined up with this guy, then we can run a few of these together. Why do I look like... I'm going to go down to like 1 speed so I can get my height exactly where it's a little low. Right there, right there, that'll work. Now we can string a few of these together. Let me get about 5 or 6 of these in a row. And then we can start running some long straight sections together. Try to make this process go a little bit quicker. So what do we have so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me go like 2 more. Oh, clicked off of it. And then we go 1 more. Yeah. See, now I can go, let's try this. So now we take this guy and we bring it down. And we'll get our longer straight runs done a little bit quicker. Alright, now we're going to have... Alright, so we're going to have a bend coming up. So I can't use my long section, so we're going to go with the shorter section. So let's grab one of you. Yep. And we'll put in one of you. And then this is going to become a special section. So we're going to go single track long. Because I've got to stretch out the track. Let me put it there for now. And then we have, let me scroll back, we got to find one of my bendy sections. This guy. And he's way back there. Alright, hold on, so let me move my camera a little bit. Alright, so I'm going to duplicate that guy. We'll get him slid down. Winston's going. I can hear Winston now. I made you left-hand turns and right-hand turns. Yeah, but it's easier for me to go this way. I'm going to go down on my speed. We're going to have to get this lined up in 2 directions. Which way are you? You're that way. I don't want you yet. I want this way. So let's go 7. No, let's go like 6. I think this curve was actually off a bit. No, how are you lined up? No, let's move you over. Oh, yeah, let's move you over a little bit more. Something like that. And then we'll slide you. Slide this over this way now. And that should line up perfectly now with our corner. Yeah. So that's going to line up with our corner. So this section I can delete. And then can I put a long straight run in, or shall I put a couple of, what do we got, like 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me grab a couple single sections first. And then we'll put another, once we get to a longer run, I can put the long run in. Alright, so let's grab, oh, you're a single full. So let's bring you over here. We'll turn you this way. A farm chick, still unpacking, will be at least another week unpacking, yeah. And then the fun part is trying to get rid of all the boxes. If your city doesn't do recycling. Why does that look like the height is, yeah, I guess we're good. Alright, so that should be lined up perfectly straight here. Yeah, okay. So now I can get rid of this section. I can get rid of our straight sections up to our next curve. Yeah, we'll get rid of it, and then we'll work our way up there with a couple singles. So a couple of these. And I just want to make sure I'm at, yeah, okay, this is my perfectly straight, unsized single. And we're going to have another odd section. So another resized section coming up. So we'll bring you up here. We'll get you lined up to there. And then you are going to be, oh, you're going to be almost perfect. I'm going to have to resize you a little bit, but you're going to be right about perfect. So I'm going to call you single track short, because I'm going to have to shorten you up a little bit. Alright, so now let's grab the bendy section. And we'll bring a bendy section down. And we'll turn our bendy section this way. And we'll get that one lined up. So I'm going to go down to 1 of my speed. I'm going to get this guy lined up this direction. And then we'll get them lined up in the other direction. So bring it back. And then we'll get you lined up. Let's go 1. Right about there. So that's going to line our curve up. And then this section right here, yeah, it's going to be too long, so we're going to have to shorten that up a little bit. Now, I can never remember if it's the, I think it's the X. Yep. Right, like that. So that section becomes just a little bit shorter. So now we can pull out our corner, and then I can take my long section. I'll take one of these, and we'll bring it over. And we'll get it lined up. which way are you? You're this way. And you're like right on. Yep, you are perfectly lined up straight. Alright, so let's get rid of, actually, how are you this direction? Alright, so that's going to put me lined up in that direction. So now we can delete some track sections as we come down. Oop, didn't want to do that. Deleted the wrong one. Oh, come on, I don't want that, I want the track. There we go. And now I could probably do, yeah, we could probably do another long section. So let me get rid of the track first up to the next curve. And we'll get the next section in. So that takes us up to the next bend. So we'll come over here to our long straight section, to this guy, and we'll bring it down. Like so. And actually that's going to work out well because we can take this last section and we can cut it off, and then this one's going to end up going a little bit shorter, so I'm going to call this long run short, so I know it's not a complete long run. It's going to have to be shortened a little bit. So before I shorten that, I want to grab another bendy section. I will bring it down, and we'll get it turned. And we'll get it in place. Down on my speed. Alright, so you lined up that direction pretty good. So now I gotta get you lined up in this direction. And that looks like spot on. Okay, so that's going to be that section lined up. So let's delete a curved section of track, and then we got to take our, go up on my speed just a hair. So now we take this section and I got to make it shorter. There we go. And that brings us around another bend. So I think we're getting there. We come around this other corner, head to the end of the map. We'll be I think it's about 2/3 of the way around on track 2. So it's going to start going a little bit quicker. All right, before I go any further, I'm going to do another save. And actually, and then this railroad silo right here is going to be the first one we're going to work on. So I have it started, I never finished it. Alright, so let's come around the corner. Let's grab another long single run. So let's duplicate you. We'll bring you down, get you turned this way. And we'll get it lined up. Wow, you're like really close. So how do you line up with that one? I gotta go over a hair, I think. So which direction is it? Is it this one? Yeah. Alright, so that's lined up good there. Now we just pull you back a hair. There we go. Alright, now we can get rid of our old track. Alright, and you're going to be a little bit long again, so you're going to be another short section. So you're going to end up being, where are you? You're going to end up being another long single run, but you're going to be short. So you're not going to be a full run. So we take this section, that section has to come off, and then this one's going to end up being made a little bit shorter. But we have to, or no, a little bit longer. Oh, yeah. Didn't realize I had a little section in there before the next run. Alright, so hold on. Let me back that up. Let me back that up. Now let me take this out. Where does that leave us? That's going to end up being a half a section. So this is still going to end up being, a long single run, but it's going to end up being short. Because this section is going to get really messed up now. So we're going to delete the second upright. Then we're going to take this guy, and he's got to get pulled way back. So let's go let's go point like 3, 7, something like that for now. But man, and his upright's right in the middle of the road. Yeah, we're going to have some work to do over here. Alright, so let's come back to our bendy section. And we'll put another bendy section in. So you get turned. Oh. Alright, so you got to go to 0. And now we'll get this one lined up. This way. And I'll get it lined up. Down on my speed. Get you lined up this way. There we go. Now we can get rid of, let me get rid of this section. And then we've got to adjust this section. And then fix the uprights. So you still need to go a little bit shorter. Like so. Now, I think I'm going to get rid of this upright altogether. And I'm going to take this one, I'm going to spread it, I'm going to move it down just a little bit. Alright, I think we're lined up. We are. Alright, so now, let me close all this stuff that's open. We're going to grab another long single run. So let's get you brought over. And we'll get you lined up. About I want to go over a hair. In that direction. Yeah, like so. Now, how does that look? That looks like it's lined up pretty well. So we're going to have a couple straight runs now till we get to the corner. Let me get a couple sections of the old track out. And then we'll get another section of this in. And then we'll continue working our way down. Bad touch at R. Bad touch atar. ATR. Sorry. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I am terrible with names, so I apologize ahead of time. But we're working on the new 16X map, and we're getting our monorail in. We're actually getting our second monorail in. So let me get rid of a couple more straight runs. And we'll get the next section of monorail track in. And once I get this loop complete, we're going to go back in game. And we'll show you what the monorail looks like running around the map. But we got about another, I don't know, probably another good hour of track laying first. So I'm just going to call you Bad Touch for short. I hope you don't mind. But thank you for stopping in, saying hello. Thank you for taking time out of your day. Alright, so that next section in. So let me duplicate this one. And we'll get another section in. This map is still good 3 to 4 months from being finished. But I'm putting an elevated monorail train that carries workers around the map running on top of my regular train. And when we go in game, it looks really cool. Alright, so let's delete a couple more straight sections until we get down to the corner. And then we'll get another section of this in. And then once we get the second monorail track in, we have a third monorail track to put in. So there's 3 trains that run around the map, 3 regular trains that run around the map, and there's going to be 3 monorails that run around the map. Now when I get down to this corner, once we make the corner, I'm going to have to go back to a double section of track because we'll have both the monorails running over there. So let me get rid of these straight sections up to the corner. And that's going to take us to the corner. So let's grab U. So we're going to do another long run. Let me come back over here and get this lined up. And then I'm going to, so we're going to call this one, this is going to be another long single run, but it's going to be short. Because we're going to have to take a couple sections off of it. Alright, so you need to come off. You need to come off. Yeah, you need to come off. And then this one's going to have to get stretched out a bit, and we're going to have to move the supports over a little bit. So you're going to come over to about, not quite that far, but close to about there, and then we'll adjust you in a minute. But since I made you longer, I need to stretch this support over a little bit further. Alright, now let's grab our bendy section. And let's bring a bendy section down. And we'll get it spun to 90. Batch up. Yeah, that's perfect. Yay, trains. I love trains. I love trains in real life. Way back in the day, I used to run, you had a train layout, and then I used to run all my Christmas trains, but they're in storage. Alright, so you're lined up that way. Let's get you lined up this way. Now we're going to have to switch over to a double track. Alright, so you're going to be lined up perfectly there, so I can get rid of, so you can go. Now, we got to switch over to a double, but it has to be the wooden double. So, I need a double section wooden. So double section wooden. I need one of these. Actually, I'm going to grab a double section wooden. I'm going to grab a double section steel. So let me fly over here and grab a couple sections of track, and we'll fly back. And then I'm going to do a quick save. So let's head over here. And we'll grab a couple sections of track, and I'll slide them over. I want to slide them because they're at the perfect height. Actually, I can come over here. Let's come over here. Yeah, let's come over here. So let's grab a double section wooden. So I'm going to grab one of you. I'm going to duplicate you. And we're going to get you pushed back somewhat over there. And then I need a double section steel. So you, I'm going to duplicate you. We're going to push you back somewhere over there. Yeah, you can sit here a minute. And then where's my wooden section? You're right there, perfect. So I'm going to do a quick save. We're getting there. As soon as we get down the line, we'll hang another left, and then we'll head back towards Center Mountain, and then the second loop. I'd say we're about 3/4 of the way around with the second loop. Then we can jump in game and see what it looks like. Just waiting for this to save. Alright, so now, before I delete these sections of track, let me go down on my speed because I'm going to have to zoom way in. Alright, so now before I get my track deleted, I want to get this, I have to get these in here, and I have to get these lined up. Alright, so you're going to go to -90. And then you're going to come back here. We're going to have some adjusting to do to get the second track in place. So get the first side lined up on my left. And then I'm going to call this double wooden 3 because it's going to be a different size than my first wooden sections are. So now we'll take this section and we'll slide it down for our third monorail. And that's all I'm going to do to this for now. So let's delete that section of track, that section of track. So these should now be lined up coming down. Let me delete a couple more sections and we'll put one more wooden section in. Alright, so let's come back here a minute. Yeah, come back here a minute. And again, this is going to be floating in the air until we get our next single section of track in, which I'm okay with. I want my double section wooden. I want you. And you're going to come down here. So I'm not worried about this missing section of track yet. That's our third monorail. But I want to get, yeah, this one lined up. We're going to have, I want to use wood until we get to the end of this bridge. And then we'll switch over to the double steel. Because this track's going to run double until we go down and make a left. So we're actually getting some of the third track in at the same time. So let me get a couple of these sections deleted until I come down here to the end of the bridge. Alright, and that's going to get me close. Now let's get these across. And this will make more sense if you're just joining me once we get them in game. Once I get you in game, these will make a lot more sense. But I'm going to go in game until we get finished and close our loop and get this track completely done. Oh, come on, I clicked off of it. You need to get split up. Now once we get back to the single track, we can put a couple of long runs in. Because eventually our track to the left, our track on the left is going to make a left, our track on the right is going to keep going straight, so they're going to split. As soon as we get down a little bit further. Alright, so now, are we at the end of the bridge, or should I put one more wooden section in? Yeah, I got to get one more wooden section, then we'll switch to steel. So let's grab you. We'll get one more of you in. And I could probably switch out that one support. So we may swap out a support here in a minute. Alright, so that's going to be the end of our wooden sections. Now let's grab this guy. We're going to switch back to our double steel. So minus 90. I will get you lined up. And we're going to have to get you adjusted. So you're going to be about there. No, I want you over a little bit more. Wrong one. So let's go 3, 8. Are you too far? Let's go 3, 9. Yeah, that's better. Alright, so let's get this track now has to get lined up. So this is going to be double section track. I'm going to 3 because it's going to be different than our first 2 sets of double tracks. So you, of course, you're this way. You have to get moved over now and lined up to here. Perfect. And now we can start getting rid of straight tracks. we can get a couple of our double track sections in. So essentially we're going to end up with 3 monorails running above our normal ground train. And they're going to call workers around the map. They're actually going to be working trains. I just wanted to take a quick peek at chat, see if I was caught up. Alright, so I'm going to go up on my speed a little bit. We're going to fly ahead a little bit. We're going to get rid of some of these track sections. And I'm going to see how far down we're going to go with our double before we have to switch, before our track splits. And we'll put a couple a couple double sections in. Yeah, we got a pretty good run before we go back to single. So we're actually laying some of this, we're laying on the left we're laying this monorail track 2, and on the right we're laying monorail track 3 at the same time, since we're putting doubles in. Alright, we got a ways to go before it splits. Okay, so let's get a couple more of these sections in. And we're almost done with the doubles, so I'm not going to make a long transform group. So we're just going to lay these in single. And then when we go back to the single track, we can use the long runs of the single track. So now I'm going to have to slow down my speed again a little bit. So this is actually going a little bit quicker than I had anticipated. And then hopefully the tracks lined up perfectly, like monorail 1. When I put that track in, and I took that train for a ride this morning, or that monorail for a ride this morning, it fell perfectly on the track. And I'm hoping when we get this second monorail track in, that monorail 2 runs pretty much on the track without a lot of adjustments. But we're getting there. We just have to come down here where it makes the left and just head straight over to the bridge, and then monorail 2 will be done. So we're not that far away from going in game. And then we can check the triggers on monorail 2 to make sure we can load and unload our workers. Because I only checked the triggers on monorail 1. We didn't check the triggers on monorail 2. Alright, so I'm going to, let's get a couple more track sections deleted. And we'll see how far we go before, yeah, we still got a good ways to go. We probably got at least 20 sections of the double to put in yet before we split. Yeah, I'm just going to work my way down until it splits because I know we're lined up. So I'm not worried about not being lined up. I just want these out of my way. And I can't delete the whole transform group because I need to make sure we're lined up as we go. Yeah, I should probably make a long stretch section a double, but that's alright. Okay, maybe we have about 30 single sections of double to put in. I want to see how far before this splits. We're getting close because it's right around this railroad, or where the railroad silo is sitting. All right, now. Oh well, we got a ways to go yet before it splits. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have a bunch of track to put in. Alright, I'm going to come down to there before I delete any more track. I'm just going to, instead of making a big long transform group, I'm just going to run these down a single section at a time. It's not going to take us that long. I like sliding them because I know I don't have to adjust my width or my height. They fall right into place. clicked off of it. Come on. Give me the transform group back. Once I get down to that railroad silo, I'm gonna before the track splits, I'm gonna do another quick save. Because I like to save about every 10 or 15 minutes because we have these famous squirrels that love to blow themselves up on our transformers. And then we lose power for an hour at a time till I replace the transformer. And about once a week or once every other week, there's always a squirrel that commits suicide on the transformer. At least 2 or 3 times a month. We're getting there. We just got to make the, come down here, turn left, and then head right back towards the bridge, and then monorail 2 will be done. And we hope monorail 2 runs as smooth as monorail 1 does. Oh, come on. Give me the entire transform group. And then we'll have fun on Monday building our placeable greenhouses. And they're going to be placeable buildable, just like the buildable orchards. And then that's the last of the basics. And then after that, we'll get back into like the soda factory, ice cream factory, bakery. So we have almost all the basics done. As for the placeable factories. So I'm not building anything into the map. It's going to be mostly place your own. We got a few things built into the map, but very few. My problem with field status is the whack-a-moles. I think they're related to the squirrels. Yeah. Yep. We have the famous squirrels here that blow themselves up on our transformer. I don't know why, because my sister feeds them. There's always corn out for them. She's fattening them up too much and they can't run fast. Alright, so this is just a placeholder, but there's going to be another railroad silo here when we come over here and get them built. I'm going to throw this section in and I'm going to do a quick save before we go any further. Alright, let's do another save. Allows me to grab a sip of coffee. Oh, the culprit has been found. Yeah. Yeah, my sister fattens them up. And I guess they're too fat to run across the wire, so they hit the transformer. And then whammo, no power. Until they replace the transformer. I can. No more sun glare. I can slide my curtain back open a little bit. Alright, so we are saved. So let's get a couple more of these sections in, and we're going to have to do like a weird split up here in a minute or two. So we'll be probably going to have to build another special track section just to get around the corner. I'm going to leave the old. I'm going to remove these as I go. I don't want to work ahead until I get down here to the split. Yeah, let me go throw in one more. So this section can go, and then this section can go, and then, oh, let me just get rid of you, and then you, and then we're going to curve to the left. We're not going to worry about the section that goes straight yet because that's our third monorail, and we'll work on that after we get monorail 2 finished. Alright, so you're going to come back, and then we're going to have... Alright, so you're going to become... Oh, this ought to be fun. Alright, let me duplicate this. We'll slide you down. We'll get you lined back up. Alright, so now you... Alright, so that's going to continue straight at some point. I'm going to rename this double track special, because we're going to have to make some adjustments to it. You are going to have to go shorter to line up with our next section of curvy bit. So now I need to come back in here and I need to find our last bendy section right there. So I need that bendy section. That bendy section, let me zoom out so I can drag it. That bendy section, I'm going to duplicate and then slide down. And we're going to get this bendy section in place. So you've got to go this way to 0. And then we line up this side first. Is that about... No, we got to come back a little bit. Let's go right about there is perfect, and we bring this section over. And we get it lined up this way. Perfect. Now we get rid of that track, and that gets our curve done. Now this section is still a little bit too long, so we got to shorten this up a little bit more. So we got to go, is it 3, 9? No, let's go back to 0.4, 0.5. There we go. So that section's now lined up. And then that's so let me take, how do I want to, let's take, let's get rid of that support. And then we'll take this guy and we'll have him support both tracks like that. Alright, so that's going to get us around the corner, and that's going to get us back to the bridge. And back to the bridge, we are done with our second monorail track. But I want to grab, I want to come back up, I want to, give me a second, I'm going to scroll up. I want to grab our long single run. So I want one of those. I gotta find it. It's way back here. So I want that guy. So we're going to duplicate him. We're going to drag him down. We are going to spin him that way. And we're going to get him lined up. Go in that direction towards the bridge. Bridge is already done. We just have to get to the bridge. Alright, so let's get you lined up. Come down on my speed so I can zoom in. What number? What was that? The top one? No, bottom one. 9. Let's go 6 point. Whoa. Let's go 6 1. 6 1. All right, so there's our perfect. So now this can go. We get a little bit more speed. And we can work our way towards the bridge and see how much more we have to put in, which shouldn't be much at all. And we'll be able to take this puppy for a spin. Now this may be, why does this look like it's over a little bit too far? No, we're lined up pretty good. Must have been the angle of my camera. All right, so how many more sections do we have to go? Let me go up my speed a little bit. Oh, not bad. So we just have to come down here. All right, good. We just have to come down here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, for now, I'm going to leave this section in. We're going to delete our way back. Come on, give me the track. We're going to delete our way back. And we're going to get another long section in. Alright, now let's grab this guy and let's get it lined up. And then yep, one more section and we'll get it to line up perfect. And let's hope we're lined up perfect. If not, we've got to come back and make some slight adjustments. We'll see how close we are. Sometimes when you come around the corner like that, it's off to the left or the right a hair. But we'll see how close we are. And we'll probably, if it's off a hair, we'll split the difference. Actually, that's lining it up pretty well. Yeah, that's lining it up really well. Alright, so you, we're going to delete. You are going to have to, I think, go a little bit shorter. Yeah, you're going to go a little bit shorter. So this is going to be a long run short, because it's not going to be a full length. So you have to go a little bit shorter, so you're not overlapping. So let's go 0.9, like so. So I think that is going to complete our loop for monorail 2. It is. Aren't we all excited? Now we have a support on the road, so let me get the support off the road. So we're going to take this support, we're going to slide it down a little bit. And we'll take this support and we'll slide it down a little bit. Alright, that will work. Let's do a save. We'll jump in game and see what Monorail 2 looks like. Yay! That was actually quicker than I expected. I expected at least 3 to 4 hours to get this second set of monorail tracks in. Now, what's nice about the third monorail, we already have all the double track sections are in. So now we just have single runs and curves. And Dave said trains were hard. You make it look so easy. This is my fourth map. This is my fifth map, but only 3 of my other maps have trains. So this will be my fourth map to put trains in. Alright, so we're going to come over here and we're going to go for a monorail ride. And we're going to make sure it loads and unloads our workers. So let's grab save game 8. Train tracks are hard when you're running up and down hill. Since this is a monorail, it doesn't change elevation, so there's no ups or downs. So it's much easier to put the train tracks in. But if you're going up the side of a mountain, and then you have to fix all the land underneath the track, that's when it becomes a pain in the neck. Alright, so monorail 3, which we don't have done yet. This one is, which one are you? I think you're monorail 2. So how do you look? I'm going to zoom in here a second. I'm going to see how it looks on the track and see if I'm lined up. Yeah, it's lined up the way I want it. Now I don't know if this is monorail 2 or monorail 3 until we get around. Let me flip. Yeah, that's monorail 1. This is monorail 2. This is the one we just laid the tracks for. So monorails run above the regular trains. And they actually transport workers around the map, so you could take your workers to the factories. I want to see how we do on the curves. Yeah. And if you're just joining us, this map is only about 5% done. But I want to get the monorail, how to get the monorails in so we can get all of our train stations in. So it looks like, again, we still have to put people, our passengers and workers in the train. That's still on the to-do list, but it is lined up exactly the way I wanted it lined up on the track. So 2 down, 1 to go. When we roll around to the station, I want to see if we can make sure the triggers work. So we are running above the regular trains. We still have to logo this up, so this still needs logos. I darkened up the green, but I think I darkened up the green stripe too much. I think I'm going to lighten it up a little bit more. So this is what our single sections of track look like. So now we'll come up to another double. He's just going to run along train 1, or monorail 1. Oh, nice models too. Yeah, I didn't make the train. I made it work. I took the train and I picked it apart and I made it work the way I needed it to work, but I didn't actually make that model. Oh, look at that. We're gonna Come right by monorail 1. Nice. Cross the valley from Outer Mountain to Center Mountain. And I'm going to start slowing down. I'm going to go to my first car past the engine, and I'm going to open up the cover. And I'm going to keep slowing down. Now, my apartment complex up here is a silo. And it's preloaded with workers so I can test triggers. So I'm going to come to a complete stop before I get to the apartment building. I want to throw some cash in here because we're going to test a couple things. So I'm not going to, I can't save the save anyway. Alright. So now when I come up here, and again, this apartment complex is not finished. That's next on the to-do list. But it is actually a silo that stores our workers. We have to put bus stops and railings and all that fun stuff on yet. So this is just a placeholder for now. So I get a start filling signal. So I stop the train and we load our first car up with workers. There's no visibility nodes yet. That's still on the to-do list. So I can load workers and I can unload workers in my first car. So I'm going to flip back to my second car in line. We're going to pull up a little bit. And I should get another start filling unless I pulled up too far. There we go. So now we can get workers in our second car. And I have workers in my second car. Can I unload workers from my second car? Okay, we may have to adjust that trigger a little bit. Alright, we may have to adjust our unload trigger a little bit. Unless I'm still on the first car. Yeah, okay, I'm still on the first car. So we filled the first car. We didn't fill the second car. Let's fill the second car. Okay, why am I not getting the trigger for the second car? Because it has to be moved to the left a little bit. That's why I'm not getting a trigger for the second car. We're going to have to go in and adjust our trigger a little bit. Alright, we're going to have to go in and adjust our silo trigger a little bit. I got to move it. Hang on, let me jump out over here. Oh, I know why I didn't fill a second car. I didn't open the cover. Maybe I don't have to adjust the triggers. Let's go back to... so the first car we have workers in. Let's pull up to the second car. That's why I couldn't put workers in. I didn't open the cover. There we go. So now I can put workers in the second car. So let me go back to the last car. There we go, perfect. And I can put workers in the third car. Perfect. Now, can I unload the third car? I can unload the third car. Let's back up. Let's see if we can unload the middle car. Oh, I'm not on the middle car. Let me scroll up. Let's go to the first car. Let's see if we can unload the first car. There we go. So we can unload the first car. Let me scroll to the middle car. Perfect. So we can load and unload all 3 cars on the train with workers. So I don't have to adjust the warehouse triggers. And then if we buy a bus, so if we buy our bus, here we go. We should be able to load and unload workers. Now this one has the visibility nodes in. The monorail, we still don't have the visibility nodes in to load and unload our workers. Isaac, I am going to, ISACOHDE. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. I am sorry. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Lam, another hard name. Lam, or is that an I? I don't have a second monitor. I'm looking on my phone. LAMDIL, Lambing Dingbat, something ding. Oh, I'm a dingbat. I get it now. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're just testing a few things before we put the monorail tracks in for the third monorail. But I want to make sure that I can come over here and I can still unload my workers. Load and unload my workers on the bus. Because this apartment complex, it's not finished yet, but it's going to be our worker storage. There we go. So let me back up a little bit. We can load our workers on the bus. Then you take your workers to the factory that needs workers, or you could stick them back. You can unload them and you can stick them back in the apartment complex until they're ready to go back to work. So we still have visibility nodes and stuff to finish. But we're getting there. The triggers are working. Our monorail, this is the third monorail. We still have this track to do. So monorail 2 is done. So this is monorail 2, the one we were just riding around. Monorail 1 runs along the southern half of the map. Monorail 2 runs along the northern half of the map. I like those road edges all chopped off and realistic. Yeah, that's a sweet function. Yeah, that is a sweet function. So we're going to have several apartment complexes around the map that you can store workers at and then move them around by the monorail. And we have a factory that we have an express personnel office that creates workers. And the express personnel office, then you pick them up at the personnel office. You can put them in the apartment complex for storage, or you can take them to the factory that's going to require workers to run. And then we're going to move our workers around by bus or by monorail. So that is monorail 2. We have a working fishing boat that you have to fill with fish bait. And then you take it out. You put your fish bait out in the water. There's like 6 different spots in the water. You have to drop fishing bait off. Wait 24 hours. Pick up the seafood. And then take the seafood to the fish processing plant. and it breaks it down into crab, lobster, salmon, and caviar. And then we have our regular trains that Winston made up for us, the Honor Our Troop train. So we got 3 trains running along the map underneath our monorail, and that monorail above us is not finished yet. So we have our 3 Honor Support Our Troops train. And they run underneath the monorail. Go back to, and then we start slowing down. And there's going to be several railroad silos, probably about 7 or 8 railroad silos around the map that you can load and unload product at. So this one I have, if I can zoom in. So this one I have this preloaded with some wood chips just for testing. And this holds all the bulk and all the liquids on the map. I should have some. Yeah, there we go, wood chips. So our train is working, our ground trains are working. I can load and unload my liquids, I can load and unload my bulk. So our ground trains are working. Our 2 of the 3 monorails are working. So let's get out of here, or I'll be driving trains around all day and nothing will get done. Does this map work basically like PV? Yes, it's going to be like PV, but I'm not building a lot of the factories into the map. They're all going to be placeable. And about half of my factories are placeable, buildable. Alright, so where do we want to start with the 3rd set of monorail tracks? Let's start back here, just past. We'll start back here just past where our track splits. So I want to grab a long run section. So I want to grab, I'm going to grab one of you. So let's duplicate you. And we'll get it turned to 90. Yeah, this was actually built off of Dave's blank 16x base map. And then Dave gave me permission to use all of his animals. So we have the donkeys, the ducks, the goats, and well, the dogs, ducks, donkeys, and goats built into the map as well. Alright, so let's get you lined up. So you're going to be 6. Yeah, right about there. Perfect. And we just slide you out. Perfect. So now we can get a couple long runs done on our last monorail. And then we can start putting in all of the railroad silos. And what's going to be different about this map is about 80% of the map, after you buy it, you have to build it. Alright, so I'm going to try and delete out a couple. Oh, come on, you. Alright, so I gotta go up. Okay, you can go, you can go, you can go. So we can stretch out another section of this. So let me get this section lined up. I won't show you in game, I can show you in the editor real quick. So we have, let me get some speed. I'll fly around the map for a minute or two and we'll get this monorail fixed. I also watched Dave. Yeah, Dave taught me a lot. And Dave helps me out a lot when I get stuck on something. So I have all the respect in the world for Dave. I send him, whenever I have a problem, I'll send him a whisper and he's really good about getting back to me. So for instance, down here we have, this is where you make your fish bait and you load your fishing boat. Now when you go in game, you won't see anything here. It's completely empty. It has a construction barrier around it. You can't get in it. And when you come over to the sign, it's going to tell you to open the bait house, go to the construction office. And 80 to 90% of the map is going to be that way, where you don't have access to it until you build it. So same thing here. We have our clay pit here, but when you get in game, you can't get into it. Fish processing is here. Again, this is when you go in game, this is all empty and flat, and there's a construction barrier around it. You can't get in it until you build it. But we're not building at each individual factory. We're building up here at a construction site. I can show you next time we go in game. So if we come over here to the construction site, you won't see in game, when you go in game, none of these houses will be here. This will be an empty lot with a bunch of signs. And then each sign's going to tell you what has to be built on the map. So if you want to open up area 2 on the map, you have to deliver 100,000 liters each of clean fill, grass, seed, water, and greenery here. And then that section of the map will open up. This sign will disappear. And a house will appear in its place. So there's about 10 or 15 sections right now that have to be built. But eventually this whole section will be filled, and there'll be about 100 items on the map that you have to build. Sounds like the perfect map for me. I enjoy the building maps. Play in the 2021, thank you. What a lovely looking map, a lot of bridges and details. I like that. Yeah, we're just getting started. Like I said, we're only about, what am I like? You'll have to look at my stream and let me know. We're only like day 25, 26 into the build, something like that. We're only about 5% done on this map. We've got a long way to go. But the goal today is to get the rest of the monorail in so I can start working on the railroad silos. We're going to have about 7 or 8 railroad silos scattered around the map where you can transfer from train to train or train to truck or truck to train. So my goal today is to get the rest of the monorail track done. Then we're going to finish the apartment complex where we store our workers. Then we're going to start building some more railroad silos. So let me get a couple more straight sections deleted so we can work our way down. I don't want to delete the entire transform group because I've got to put curves in. But now we're down to just a couple of long straight runs and 4 more turns. So it won't take us long to get monorail 3 in. So if you like factories, you like building, this map will keep you busy for a long time. And we get this monorail in. When I go back in map, if you're still hanging out with me, I'll show you some of the stuff that you have to build that's already in the map and functioning. Alright, come on, let me get you to the end. There we go. And we'll get you lined up. And then we'll get rid of some more track. And eventually we'll have that entire transform group deleted. Don't want to delete the entire transform group until I get all my turns in, so I can line up my curvy sections. Yeah, I learned a lot by watching Dave build Pleasant Valley, the first Pleasant Valley. He did a map class series on Twitch, and I learned a lot from watching Dave. Alright, so let's get these next couple sections of track deleted. We're coming up on a bendy bit. Alright, so let's get the next section in. Yeah, this third section, this third monorail is going to go a little bit quicker, I think, than the last one. Because we got long straight runs. Cool. So let's take you back to the corner. Perfect. Now we'll get you down to the corner. Richard Farm Inc. Hello. Day 26, thanks. Do you have a name yet for the map? We are calling it Ritchie Valley because it's because of the valley between the two mountains. But that's not set in stone. But so far it's Ritchie Valley. We have Ritchieville, we have Ritchie Hollow, we have Ritchie Islands, and we have Ritchie Homestead. Those are my 4 released maps. And then this we're calling Ritchie Valley. All right, I'm going to put one more of these in, and we're going to have to. Oh, come on, give me the. We're going to have to make it a little bit shorter because it's going to be too long. Oh, you're the Ritchieville creator? Ha! I am the Ritchieville creator. Oh, I'm busted now. Alright, so you're going to be a long run, but you're going to be short. Because you're not going to be a full length. So, that needs to go. That needs to go. That needs to go. And you are going to stay, but you have to go shorter. So I did not know. Yep, Old Man knows who made the awesome Ritchieville. So, bad touch. Is that a good thing? Or is that a bad thing? Richard Dower in the house. Boy, I got a lot of company in the house today. All right, let's shorten you up. Get you close to where you need to be. Let's go 5. Somewhere about there, and we'll have to adjust this section a little bit more. Now, I need one of my bendy bits to go around the corner. So, we are, oh, good Lord. All right, let me zoom out a little bit so I can drag this section down. So we're going to drag down a bendy section. And we're going to get the bendy section in place. Then we'll have a couple more long straight runs to do. Alright, so let's get you lined up in this direction first. The title is great. It did catch my eye while flying. Yeah, I'll show you more in game. Let me get some more track sections in and we can jump back in game. I can show off the map a little bit. What's done so far. Alright, so let's go. Let me get this curved section into place. So you're lined up there, so now I gotta line you up on this side. And then we'll continue our monorail down. Alright, so you're lined up there, so my next straight section is going to line up perfectly. Actually, I want to move you over just a hair. Like that. Alright, now you're going to be lined up perfectly. So now I can get rid of... Yep, we can get rid of that section of track. And then you have to go a little bit smaller. There we go. And now I have to adjust. Okay, so I have to adjust my extra support, I think. Yeah, let's get rid of this extra support, so I'm not going to need it. I need it for the last section. So you can go, and you can go. So that's going to give, and then this support's going to have to get adjusted. So let me get my supports adjusted, and we can work on the next long straight run. So let's get you turned. I don't want to move you up that far. Alright, that'll work. Alright, so there's our supports there. So let's grab our next long run of track. And let me get it lined up. And then we'll go, I'll do a save, and we can go in map for a couple minutes. So let's get you turned. And let me get, just give me a minute or two to get this lined up, and then we'll, so you are going to need to go, right about there, perfect. Now you're going to come down a little bit more, perfect. So now I can get rid of some more straight bits. Let me get one more section lined up just to make sure I'm on the right path. And then I'll do a quick save, and we'll jump in game for a couple minutes. I'll show you what we've got going on. So I don't have a lot done. We're only about 5% into the build. But the main goal today was to finish the monorail, finish the apartment complex so we can store our workers, and then start building railroad silos around the map. And I just want to fly down here to make sure we're pretty much lined up with that next section. Oh, I took too much out. Let me slide this next section in place to make sure it's going to line up. Alright, dogs, okay, they're coming back home. I was saying, dog's barking at something. He only barks when someone's on the porch. Oh, or walking up to the porch. Unless the stray cat, neighborhood cat's teasing them. Now, how are you lined up? Okay, you're going to be lined up perfect. Alright, so let me get rid of a couple track sections, and then we'll jump in game for a couple minutes. Alright, so let me do a save. While that's saving, I'm going to grab a quick sip of coffee. And then we'll go for a ride. So I probably have about another hour to finish the track for the third monorail. But let's jump in game. And right now, like I said, we're calling it Richie valley, because there's a center mountain that goes into a valley, and then there's an outer mountain that runs around the perimeter of the map. And then in the valley, you have the canal that the fishing boat runs around. And then there's 3 trains. There's a north loop, a south loop, and then there's a train that runs the perimeter of the map. And then on top of the trains, elevated, is monorail 1, monorail 2, and monorail 3. And then we have the fishing boat that is in and working as well. Alright, so let me grab a little bit of speed first in case we need to run. And let me grab just a little bit of cash in case we want to buy anything. So, let me grab a truck. And let me turn, for now, let me turn tab to trains off. This way the trains will stay running. So, I have a custom vehicle shop at Jim's Automotive. And let me jump on my truck, I'll show you. So, it's in and working. It has the gas trigger right here. And it has the repair trigger, and the repair trigger is in and working as well. So we can, customize or do whatever we want. So that's in and running. And then we have, it's also going to double as a sell point. I don't have the triggers in yet. So this is going to, right back here, there's going to be a drop off right here, and it's going to be a sell point as well. So first we're going to sell tires and oil and diesel and all kind of good stuff here behind Jim's. There are, let me spin around this way. The sidewalk is too wide. I'm going to narrow that up. That's still on the to-do list. Now there's 4 bridges. They run north, south, east, and west. That go from Center Mountain across to Outer Mountain, across the valley. So there's 4 of these bridges. We'll drive across one shortly. Walmart's in. That's the only sell point that's actually in the map and working. And then there's a couple roads going from Center Mountain down into the valley. So you've got a few roads. If you don't want to use the bridges, you need to get down into the valley. You have a few roads to drive on. We have a few water fields for your rice and your cranberry. So let me jump out of truck a minute. So I've got rice and cranberry growing in water. Should be, yeah, there's rice growing in there. And then let me grab a little bit of cash and grab a vehicle. So let me grab, because we're not going to save this save game, let me just throw some more money in here. Let me grab my store delivery mod. Let me grab one of our trucks and tankers. And Papa Smurf does all my logos, so everything is color coordinatable, and this is our vehicle pack, and we have color selectable logos for all of our vehicles. But I want to grab a tanker, and for now I'm just going to throw some water in here so I can show you my water fields. Alright, water. Now I'm going to come over here and I'm going to buy this water field. So now I have access to this water field. To make it work, you can manually drain and undrain it. But to make it work the first time, you have to put 500,000 liters of water in it. Looking to try one of your maps, which one should I try first? Do you like production or do you not like production? And I'm just going to park over here in this trigger. So to get this to work the first time, throw 500,000 liters of water in it. Come up to our icon. Oh, there we go. And then you can manually flood it or unflood it. So you just have to hit start. Give it about 3 to 4 minutes. And it's going to pump the water out of the fields and throw them into the silos. You like production. Now, Ritchieville and Ritchie Hollow are almost identical. Ritchieville has less factories built into it, so you have room to customize the map and put your own placeables down. Ritchie's Hollow has more production built into it, so you have less opportunity to put your own placeables down. So you manually flood and unflood your fields, so you can come in here, you can harvest, and you can plow and cultivate and lime and all that stuff. And if you want to replant cranberry and rice, you can reflood the field. If you want to plant like wheat or barley or oats or whatever, you can leave the field unflooded and just use it as a regular unflooded field. But if you want to reflood the field, all you got to do is come in here and pump the water back out, and it's going to push it back into your field. And it's going to stay flooded until you manually unflood it again. So you can use them as water fields or you can use them as regular fields. And then when you're done, just drive your water back around, stick it in here, and then you're ready to unflood the field the next time. So those are how my water fields work. You have to put your own sleep trigger down, so there's going to be plenty of houses on the map where you can put your own sleep trigger down. This being one of them. It just depends on where you're going to want to start on the map. Oh, of course I would hit the mailbox. And then there's not going to be that many places on the map that you have access to. Most of them are going to look like this. Most of them are going to be fenced in, and most of them are going to say to open whatever area it is, go to the construction office. So in order to get into this property, after you buy it, you're going to have to build it. And after you build it, the barrier goes away, the rocks from the fields disappear, and most of them will have like a farmhouse or something in it that builds with the property. And then the same thing with your oil wells. You can't get into the oil wells till you go to the construction office, deliver some product to it, and then it'll open up and you'll have access to it. Couple more water fields over here to my right, and then the same thing. But these water fields you have to build. You won't have access to these until you buy the property and then build them. So that's how about 80% of the map is going to be. So after you buy it, you're going to have to build it. My traffic splines are still visible because I'm not done with traffic splines. Building my right's placeholder, that's going to be one of the railroad silos. It's not done yet. This is part of the rock crusher. So you have to go to the mines, you have to get your boulders. Then you bring your boulders to the rock crusher. The next level, I'll show you that in a minute. And then it crushes it down into your finished goods. So it'll crush your silt here. It'll crush your sand right here. It'll crush your stone and your gravel on this level. And then there's 2 more levels to the crusher. So there's one crusher for all 7 or 8 mining products. You just have to bring the individual boulders to it to crush them down. So we have a coal boulder, an ore boulder, a nickel boulder, a copper boulder, a rock boulder, a sandstone boulder. And then they'll crush down to the different products. So on this upper level, it crushes down to nickel and copper. And then on the middle level, here's where you have to bring your boulders from the mine. So you go to the mine, you bring your boulders here, you drop them in the pit, you add diesel and water, and then it's going to crush them down to all your different products. And then on this level is where you're going to get your ore and your coal. So this is in and functioning. The mines are in and functioning. I don't have the train crossing signals in yet because I'm not done putting roads in. Isaac OHDE, hello. Thank you for taking time out of your day, stopping in and saying hello. I'm giving a really quick tour before we go back in and finish the monorail. And then I'm going to go cross country here for a minute. Over this way are the mines. You don't have access to them until you build it. So you have to buy it, then you have to do something to it to make it build. Then you'll have access to it. So the mines are to my left. Oh, let me drive straight and I'll turn the camera. So we have our sand mine. We have our copper mine, our nickel mine. We have our rock mine, the ore mine, and the coal mine are all down in the pit. So those are our mines. And we'll head back across one of the tall bridges. And then I'm going to get back into the editor. Not going to show you how anything builds because I don't have the time today. That'll be another stream. I want to get the monorail tracks finished. But this is one of the bridges, the tall bridges that had to take you back from Outer Mountain to Center Mountain. So once the valley's done and the rest of the textures are in, it's going to look really cool driving across. You're going to have some really cool views up here driving across the valley once we get the rest of the fields and textures and trees and stuff in. So the wooden bridge to my left is a double train track. And on the upper level is the double monorail track. The big boulders in the fields disappear after you buy it and build it. So those boulders are there to keep you out of the area so you can't teleport in using the cheaty dev tool, stealing the crop and teleporting back out. And then across from Walmart we have Central's. This is Central Station, Central Warehouse. So this building here is still a work in progress. It's not finished yet. That's our worker storage. That's our apartment complex that's going to store our workers. So you can transfer workers on this level. You could deliver workers on this level by bus, and then on the upper level you can pick them up with the monorail and then take them to wherever you want to take them on your map. And then the silo here holds every bulk product and every liquid on the map, so you can transfer from truck to train and train to truck. And then we have our pallet storage in these two buildings. So this is our cold storage. So we'll store like bacon and ham to make pizza. So any product used in another factory gets stored here, but if it's a final product like pizza, it doesn't get stored because you can either keep it in the factory or direct sell it. And then I have a dry storage. down here for all your dry goods. So all your building products are here. So anything that's used in another factory gets stored here. Anything like your final product, like mittens and swimsuits and doggy sweaters and all that kind of stuff, that's an end product, will not get stored. So you'll have to self-store it in the factory or take it from the factory to a sell point. So pallet storage is here. So you'll be able to store everything on the map in this section right here. So again, right here to my left, this little fenced-in area is a sell point, but you have to buy it and then build it. So that's the future home of Nana Ritchie's sell point. You have to buy the property and then build it in order to get access to it. And that's about how 80% of the map's going to be set up. So right here we have our church and our soccer fields, basketball field, playground. And then this area here is not done. But this area here is, the castle is a working factory. I'm not going to tell you what it does, what it makes. But you drop off a product there, it makes another product, and there's the moat fills and unfills around the castle. And then on this side, I don't have the sell point in yet, but this is going to be our castle cafe. So this will be a sell point right about where my truck is. So it's not finished yet. Well done, mate. What a map so far. Yeah, it's been... I got a lot accomplished in whatever day this was, 26. Whoever typed it in earlier, thank you. So there's a lot done for being 26 days into a build, but we still have a long way to go. And then let me get around this sell point. So the only sell point you'll have access to is Walmart, and every other sell point on the map you're going to have to build. They're just not in the map yet. So on this level, we have the animal dealer on this side. So you come in, this area's not finished, quite finished yet. Come in, pick up your animals, then you can drive through and around. And this yellow square here is actually the barn for your bale sales. And then this side of the road is these going to be what we're calling the construction office. And here's where you're going to have to go to build whatever you want to build on the map. And then once this area is built, it turns into a housing complex. So if you want to build Oil Well 2, you come to this sign, you buy the property, and then you put all your goods here to build the oil well. If you want to build Area 1, you buy it, and then you bring your stuff here, and then it builds Area 1. So this is going to be the area on the map where you drop all your goods off to build whatever you want to build on the map. So the slaughterhouse and poultry house has to be built. Water fields 1 and 2 have to be built. The clay pit has to be built. The bait house for fishing has to be built. Fish processing has to be built. Oil well 1 has to be built. Area 2 has to be built. So this is where you would bring all your stuff in to build that area on the map. So smokehouse. Nana Ritchie sell point. So it tells you exactly what you have to deliver to build that building on the map. and then area 3. So it's a start. We're getting there. But I'm going to get out of here. I want to get the monorail finished. Or I can spend all day driving around the map. Alright, let's get back into the editor. But before I get back into the editor, I'm going to throw you all on Be Right Back. I'm going to grab a fresh cup of coffee. So give me about 3 or 4 minutes, I'll be back. Alright, I am back. So let me grab my, just bear with me a second, let me grab my phone. If it's not frozen. Which, okay, now we're good. So, exclamation point Facebook will get you to our Facebook group. If you're not already joined, you must answer the questions or you will not be accepted. Exclamation point maps will get you to our the Trello board. The Trello board is where we have all of our links and all of our mods. And then if anybody wants to, I'll just throw this up there. In. Now, let me go to, if you're new to Trello, so if you're new to Trello, I'll explain Trello because Trello confuses a lot of people. If I can get in. And give me a second to reset my phone because my phone is frozen. So let me just reset my stream on my phone. Just bear with me a second. Yeah, the Wi-Fi where I'm at is the absolute worst. So it's really, I disconnect from the Wi-Fi a lot. So Trello board. Each column works independently of each other, so you have to remember to scroll up and scroll down in each column or you're going to miss stuff. So the first column is the homestead map. The homestead map is my version of no man's land. 80% of the map you have to, about 90% of the map you have to cut down the trees and create your own fields. So it has its own animal feed mixes for the animals. So there's feed mixing. You click on the card and then it gives you the link. So you can click on the card and then click on the link. So you have the map, the equipment pack. So it has its own vehicle pack. It has its own mod pack. So everything for the homestead map is in this column. On this column, we have the 16x Islands map, the Ritchieville map, the Ritchie Hollow map, and then the custom geo that could be, if you play with seasons, the custom geo that could be used on those three maps. The maps will not run without the required mod pack. So make sure you download this required mod pack or the map will not load. So unzip the first file, put everything inside of this in your mods folder. So that's the required mod pack. There is a separate mod pack for our auto load trucks, our big vehicle pack, construction pack, silo placeables, assorted placeables, and animal pen placeables. So each card is its own download. Then we have the individual factories. I release them as I build them, so there's no mod packs for the individual factories. So you have the battery factory, textile mill, cement factory, stone processing, mammoth mill makes all your lumber, your steel, those kind of products, drywall factory, glue factory, refinery, animal feed mixing stations for Ritchieville, Ritchie Hollow, Ritchie Islands, potato chip factory, Heinz, Domino's, Budweiser, breakfast factory that makes scrambled eggs and omelets and orange juice, fermenting house makes your wines, your vinegar, your sauerkraut, pie factory. Then we have a battery charging station. A lot of the factories, you have to make batteries and deliver batteries to the factory. Then the factory will spit out a dead battery, bring the dead battery to the charging station, and the charging station will make it a working battery again. So that is the Trello board, and that Trello board confuses a lot of players. But anyway, back to monorail tracks, or I'm never going to get this done. So I want to get this monorail track done before I take another break. But I appreciate everybody stopping in. and asking questions. I don't mind stopping and showing off the map every now and again. But I really want to get this third monorail finished today so we can finish the apartment building to store our workers. And then we can start working on our railroad silos. The railroad silos are going to take me about a week to build because I've got to create like 8 or 9 railroad silos spread out across the entire map. Because they're going to be buildable. After you buy it, you're going to have to build it. So none of the railroad silos you'll have access to until you build them. So I'm going to make you work. You're going to have to work for just about everything on this map. This map is not going to be easy to play. It's going to be a very difficult map to play. Alright, so before I slide that into place, I'm going to get rid of some more train tracks. Alright, so let's get this one slid into place. But if you like farming and you like construction and you like building, you like hauling pallets around the map, this is going to be your map to play. It's going to be it's going to be a ton of fun. This will be my map. This is the last map I am building for 19. And this is the map I'm going to play once it's built. And this is the map I'm going to be doing a ton of live streams on after it's finished. Because I love building, I love the factory work, I love hauling the, I don't like hauling the pallets around the map, but I like the factory work. So I've got a lot of the basic functions in the map. So the slaughterhouse is in, the poultry house is in, the mining's in and running, fishing is in and running. So the next time-consuming build are going to be all of the railroad silos. So I want to get those done next. And then after all the railroad silos are done, the next time-consuming bits are going to be the rest of Center Mountain, because I've got a ton of stuff on top of Center Mountain that has to be built yet. All the sell points are going to go up. Most of the sell points are going to go up there. And then I just have a ton of other stuff planned for the top of Center Mountain. We've got a couple housing complexes to put in. Alright, I should get us down a little bit further. We have I want to put in a campground. I want to put in like a trailer park. So all my residential and most of my residential commercial are going to go on top of Center Mountain. And we'll have a couple housing complexes spread out on the north side of the map and on the south side of the map. We'll have a couple like mini cities. So probably about another hour we'll have this monorail in. Right now this is just a bunch of long straight runs and then a couple of curves. Adjust my mouse and keyboard here. It's sliding off the desk. Paul W1962. Hi, how are you all doing? Did I? I can't remember if I duplicated this yet or not. I'm gonna have to fly back here. I got sidetracked by chat. Did I duplicate you already? I did not. So we can put you back into place. Now we can duplicate and slide it down. Yeah, I get easily distracted. But I can't wait to get the rest of this monorail finished. Now I still have the visibility nodes to work on. So that's going to be an off-camera project. It's going to take me hours to put all the passengers in the seats on the monorail. Alright, let me delete these next couple sections of track. And then we'll get this one in. Yeah, ignore the stuff all the way over here floating around. I'm using that just as a staging area for now. So that's not done. Pretty much nothing on Outer Mountain's done. I've been focusing on Center Mountain and the Valley. So I don't have hardly anything on Outer Mountain done. But there'll be plenty of flat spots for you to put placeables in. I'm going to build a ton of placeable areas into the map because you're going to have about 30 placeable factories to put down. Since nothing's going to be built into the map except for a couple of the basics, like the slaughterhouse, hen house, fishing, mining. Other than that, it's all place your own. So I want to make sure I have plenty of, make sure I'm lined up before I delete these, yeah. So I want to make sure I have a bunch of open space for you to put your factories down on this map. Alright, so let me get rid of the rest of this straight run until we get down to the corner. And then we'll make the turn. But yeah, the bus is fun to drive, hauling your workers to the factories. That's really, really fun to drive. And then the monorail should be a ton of fun to drive. All right, so I'm going to end up. I'm going to stretch this down, but I'm going to end up. I'm going to have to do some edits, and I'm going to end up shortening this section up a little bit to make it fit to the corner. All right. Oh, cool. Don't have too many adjustments. Wow, it's about right. It's almost right on. All right. Let me get rid of. Let me get rid of these couple straight bits I missed. All right. So you need to go, and you need to go. So that's going to take us into our curve, right? Nope. Little tiny straight bit. So now that's going to take us into our curve. So you are going to get edited. So you're going to be a long run, but you're going to be short. I don't want to use it for my next long run because it's going to be edited here in a second. So that monorail track has to go a little bit shorter to meet up with the corner piece that we're going to put in here in a second. So right about there for now. Now I need to grab my last right-hand turn, and I'm going to zoom out so I can try and slide it down without flying all the way up there to get it. Because I don't want to, it's at the perfect height, so I don't want to move the height. So I'd rather just slide it into place. Alright, so we'll get our curvy bit in. So let me go down on my speed so I can get this perfectly lined up. Alright, so let me pull it forward a little bit. Now, I really want to get is my left and right done. What is 0.1? No, points are going to have to go 0.01 right there. So that is that. My left and right bits on that side. And then we'll get this section lined up. Right about there. Yeah, right about there. So now we'll get rid of the curve. Then we'll get this section here shortened up a little bit so it's not overlapping. Yeah, sort of something like that. So I'm going to be missing a support now. So we're going to have to add another support into this curvy section. So let me get another support in here. But I got to be out away from the lower track a little bit. Alright, let me get him right about there. Yep, that'll work. So that's our curve section done. Now we're going to have another really long straight run. Well, not a long straight run. We got a long run till we get up to the bridge. So I'm going to grab, let me close up some of the stuff. So I'm going to grab another long straight run. We are going to pull that down. We're going to get that into place. And we can continue up this side of the map. Alright, so that's close. Let me delete this section so I can get this section lined up perfectly. To my left and my right. Got to get that lined up as well, but for now I want to get you perfect, and then I can pull it right about there, and now we can get rid of our straight bits going down. Bad touch, talking to Paul. Glad y'all are communicating to each other. Alright, so let's get rid of some straight bits now that I know we're lined up. And then we'll pull another section down. I like these long straight bits. It's so much easier than the individual sections. Alright, now how many more sections can I delete? Nope, we're already too far. So we can go oh cool, now it's going to take us down to where we meet up with our double track. So we just have to tie into the double track and hope we're perfectly straight and lined up. If not, we'll be adjusting some of this track. How do you tie in with, you're going to be just short. Okay, that's fine. So we can make you, let's make you a single run, but you're going to be long. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another single track section to it. And then we're going to add another single, and hopefully it lines up with our double. let's get you lined up here. Now, I know it's going to overlap, but how straight? Oh, look at that. All like a glove. Alright, so now we need to make you a little bit shorter so you're not overlapped and you're not flickering. So now let's just get you a little bit longer. So let's go 0.7, 0.8, nope, 0.7, 0.76. There you go. So now you are not flickering. Now, how are our uprights spaced? Our uprights are spaced. I'm not going to change them. I'm going to leave this extra upright in there. Alright, so that's going to get us to the bridge. We're connected up to our double, so we're connected up to our double till it splits again and we go single. But what I'm going to do, before I go all the way up there, I'm going to grab another long run. I'm going to duplicate it and I'm going to drag it up with us because we're going to need it when we get up here to the split. Because monorail 2, which is the south loop, is going to make a left and monorail 3 is going to go straight. So we have a whole bit of this monorail 3 track already done. Alright, so where does R? Right here. Perfect. So let's get you. Let's see how you line up before I delete that track section. You're going to line up spot on, aren't you? Yeah, I can delete this section. Now let's get you lined up because I think you're like perfect. I think you're like right on. Yeah, like a glove. Alright. So now we can get rid of our single sections running up this side of the map because I know they line up now. So we can get rid of a lot of these singles going up this side of the map. I'm going to go too far. I want to make sure we keep a straight line going. Alright, so before I go any further, I'm going to do a save because I haven't saved in a little bit. And that'll give me an opportunity to grab a sip of coffee. Now I see one of my supports smack dab in the middle of the road, which we're going to have a lot of supports to adjust. So let's just get it done. So we're going to have a support smack dab in the middle. So look, we're going to have to do a couple things. So we're going to take you, we're going to slide you, I guess this way a little bit, which means I'm going to take you and slide you down that way a little bit. Then we're going to take you, we're going to slide you up this way a little bit so the spacing looks even, and then we're off the road. Oh, and that's going to mess me up with this long run because this long run is now messed up because I adjusted the leg. So we're going to grab this long run Oh crap, I shouldn't have adjusted that until I duplicated it. Alright, we're going to grab this long run. Let me fly up there. Grab that long run where the legs aren't all messed up. And let me slide that one down. I should have duplicated that before I messed up the legs. So let's get you down here where the legs are all nice and spaced perfectly. There we go. And I went too far. And I clicked off of it. Alright, so now, yeah, you're my section where the legs are spaced out the way I want them. So once we get down to this next corner and hang the left, we'll be halfway around with the third monorail track. Now we got a bunch more straight old track to get rid of. And hopefully that'll take us to the corner. I don't want to work too far ahead until we get down there. Let's grab this whole transform group. Let's bring you down. And I'm going to have to go down on my speed a little bit. Because along the outside of the map, we're on the map border, you're going to have big placeable areas out here. When you put your factories down, your factories are going to require workers. So you can bring your workers to the factories with the monorail. Now I think we are overlapping. Yeah, we are. So I can start gridding. I can get rid of some more track. And then we'll bring another section or two down. Getting there. I knew this was going to be the one that was the most time consuming. It covers the most real estate. Alright, so where are we? We have... I'm going to pull another full section down. So let me get rid of you, and that takes me right to the corner, to the bendy section. Alright, so we'll take you, we'll grab another complete run, and we'll slide you down. get you lined up to there. Now you're going to be long, yeah, so we're going to have to, so we're going to be making some adjustments to this one, so I'm going to call it long run short because it's not going to be a complete long run. So I've got to take that track section and delete it. We're going to take this track section is going to have to be made smaller. Yeah, we're going to make this one smaller. So you are going to have to come down. And I'll adjust it once we get the curvy bit in. But before I do that, I'm going to do another quick save. And we'll have about half of this third monorail track in. Maybe a little bit more than half. Alright, so let me come, we're going to have to grab, where's my last, right there. So there's my last bendy bit, and it's going to be all the way down at that corner, and I'm not going to be able to drag it this far. So let me turn up my speed. I'm going to have to fly about halfway down so I can grab that piece and bring it with us. So let's fly down here about halfway. I don't want to move it, I want to slide it because it's at the perfect height. And I don't want to have to mess with the height. So I'd rather slide it. Alright, so I'm going to, let's duplicate it, and we'll slide you down. There we go. Now we can get you into place. I'll go down on my speed. There we go. Now let's bring you over this way. You're going to have to go this way to 0. And we'll worry about getting the supports adjusted here in a minute. So I want to get my left and right bits done first. And it's almost right on. Oh, this one, top one. Let's go 6.5, no, 0.4. Right about there is perfect. And then we come over here, we'll adjust our left and right in this direction. Right about there, perfect. Then we get rid of our curvy section, and then we fix our supports. And actually, this one I'm just going to get rid of. And then that's going to support our curve. Perfect. So our curvy bit's done. So we got another long straight section to go all the way down to the other corner of the map. So we need another long run. And we'll be putting a bunch of these in until we get down to the other corner. Oh, come on. I clicked off of it. Give it to me. So you got to go that way to 0. Uh-oh, why do I have a spinny wheel? Oh, there we go. Spinny wheels make me nervous. Because I've been having a really bad time the last couple days, ever since the last Giants update this week, or last week, with my i3Ds crashing. Alright, so you are... Yeah, so let me get rid of this, so I can get this section lined up perfect. Alright, gotta go down on my speed so I can zoom in here. Get my left and right just exactly where I want it. Right there. Right about there. We'll make sure you're not overlapping too much. Right about there. Alright. Now we can make sure, I'll go to my next section to make sure we're about centered. Perfect. So now we just work down this long section of the map until we get down to the next corner. Let me grab this whole long run and we'll start working our way down. This should go pretty quick. Now once we make the turn on the other side, we're not going to have much more to do. So this is actually going in a lot quicker than I was expecting it to. Do you auto-save or manually save? I manually save about every 10 minutes because we lose power often. And I've already lost like 2 hours worth of work in a map because we lost power. So I manually save about every 10 to 15 minutes. When I'm in game playing, I have it on autosave. But I get in the habit of saving very, very often when I'm in the editor. Because it sucks losing a couple hours worth of work when you're in here working and you lose track of time and you're working on stuff and all of a sudden power's out. And again, I don't want to delete that entire transform group until I get the entire monorail track in. And then we'll get rid of that transform group because it should be empty at that point. And if I accidentally deleted any lower track sections, we can just put them back in. That would be a bummer, yeah. Although Giant's idea of autosave is kind of dorky, only when you hit escape. Yeah, I don't trust autosave. I manually save, like I said, about every 10, 15 minutes. And this way, if I really screw something up, I could just exit without saving and then just come right back in. And I'll pick up where I left off. Alright, I'm going to put... Now I think we're lined up pretty... I was going to put the next section in and see how lined up we are, but I think we're straight on. Alright, get the next couple sections deleted. We'll get... Like I said, I'm pretty sure we're about 3/4 of the way done now with this last monorail. And we can go in game and we can ride the trains around for a little bit. Because we'll have all the trains done except for the visibility nodes for the passengers. The trains will be done. Except for the railroad crossings. I can't put the railroad crossings in because I'm not done putting roads in. So I'm going to do all the railroad crossings as one big major project after I'm done with getting all the rest of the roads in. Now, how lined up are we? Are we nice and straight and centered? Yeah, we're nice and straight and centered. Perfect. So let's get rid of a couple more. Upper sections of track. And we'll continue working our way down to that corner. Now once we hit that corner, we're in the home stretch. After we make that last turn. And at some point I want to do a monorail garage and monorail parking. So if you use the train stop mod, there'll be a garage you can park your monorails in. So I haven't figured out where that's going to go yet. Well, I guess actually we'll need 3 of them, one on each, one for each monorail line. Alright, we're getting there. I see the corners within sight. Alright, so let's get rid of, how far back? Right here. Yep, right there. So let's get rid of a couple more straight sections. And we'll work our way down to there. And I got a robocall, so I hope it doesn't mess up my stream on my phone, because I don't have a second monitor, so I watch my stream, I watch chat on my phone while I'm streaming. And a lot of times when I get a robocall, I freezes my stream where I have to completely exit out of Twitch and log back on. Now I think we're safe to take these straight bits out down to the corner. I'm going to leave that last one in to make sure I'm lined up nice and straight, and then we can delete it once we get down there. So let's grab this guy. And we'll work our way down to the corner. I'm going to do another save. When I do a save, it gives me an opportunity to grab a sip of coffee. We are about in the home stretch with the monorail track. There's not much on this side of the map that we're going to have to put in. And that should take us to perfect. Takes us to the corner. We're past the corner, so it looks like it's not lined up, but that's perfect. So let me do another save. Fire trucks are on the roll again. They've been really busy this week. Alright, so you're going to be a long run short because I have to make some adjustments to you so you're not a full, complete long run. But what I want to do is I want to get rid of this straight. Ooh, we got a couple straight sections left. Let's get rid of, let me fly back here. I didn't realize we had a couple of straight sections, or old track left in here. So let's get rid of you. And then let's get rid of you. Now, does that get rid of all my old track? It does. So, you are a little straight bit. Okay, perfect. So now we're going to have to, you don't line up perfectly. Let me put that last little section back in. This corner may be off a little bit. Let's take you out. Yeah, this corner is off. Now I'm wondering if it's going to give me a hard time lining up. Let's pull. We may have to play around with this monorail once we get it in. It's not falling into place as easy as the last couple did. So let's go 0.945. I'll get you right about there. Now what I may do is, before we put this corner in, I may put a couple straight sections in here, working my way back. And I want to see if I want to make sure we line up with this double. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this long run. Let me duplicate it and bring it back here. Let's go to -90. Let's get you lined up with this guy coming back. Right about so. Yeah, I'm right on. All right, so let's bring. Now you're perfectly centered. I'm thinking maybe that corner track was off a little bit. We'll find out once we come in game. So how many more sections? Let me get rid of you. Let me get rid of that one. And then, are you lined up? Or is my corner off? My corner doesn't look off. Yeah, I have a feeling that corner is going to give me a hard time. Let's get rid of you. It takes me back to the corner. Alright, so let's take you. And let's bring you back towards the corner. And we'll see if my corner's messed up. Or if there's a whole section of track I didn't align right. We won't know until we go in game and fire the monorail up. So you come back this way. Okay, so you're going to be a little bit long. So you're going to be another short section. Which means this piece, I'm going to leave the support there. We'll adjust the supports shortly. But so this is another piece that's going to have to go a little bit shorter. And I'm going to leave it like right there for now. I want to grab our last corner and I'm going to fly about halfway down so I can drag it, because the height is right where I want it and I want to mess with the height. So let me come down here so I can drag it down. Come over this way towards the center a little bit. Alright, let me duplicate that guy. And it's not going to give it to me. Come on. Drag you down. And then see how well it lines up, or if I've got a problem with this two sections of track not aligning. Alright, I'll go down on my speed. Very windy day here. Where is here? It was windy here the last couple days, but it really calmed down today. So where is here for you? Alright, so let's get you down here and lined up with this green section. This green section is going to be off a little bit. And then how well do you line up on this side? Yeah, you're going to be off here. I knew this was going to give me a hard time. I'm going to line up the monorail track and I'm going to see how far this corner is off when we get in game. So you need to go a little bit longer now. Like so. Pennsylvania? Did we have this conversation before? I was born and raised in Pennsylvania. I spent 20 odd years in the suburbs of Philly, living in the suburbs of Philly, driving, commuting into Philly. Pittsburgh. I was born and raised in the Poconos. Let me check my uprights first before I fly out of here. Born and raised in the Poconos. Moved out of Pennsylvania when I was 21. Spent 6 years in Alabama. And then from Alabama, we spent another 5 years in Delaware. Then we moved to the suburbs of Philly, and I spent 26 years, something like that, working in the suburbs of Philly, commuting into Philly. Now, this monorail track is done except for that corner may be messed up, so I'm going to fly back down here before we save and go in game. And we'll ride the monorail around, the third monorail, and we'll see if it gives me a hard time on this corner. So I'm going to leave my camera here in case we have to jump back in the editor. So let's do another save. I just can't take the winters anymore in Pennsylvania. I can't. My body just can't handle the cold and the snow anymore. So I am currently, for the last 2 years, I have been in northeast Oklahoma. But I would love to get back to Alabama. Out of every place I've lived, and I've pretty much been, not lived, but I commuted a lot for work, so I've been pretty much up and down the entire East Coast. And Georgia, not any of the major cities, not like Atlanta, but Georgia and Alabama are probably my favorite states. Alright, let's see if this third train is messed up or if it's going to run around the tracks like I want it to. So let's delete save game 8. Gotta come back in. The older I get, the more I hate winter, yeah. I'm right there with you. I was good up until summer of 2015 when I had, 2012 I had the prostate removed. 2015 I had 9 weeks of radiation. And then ever since my radiation, I can't handle the cold. My body just can't handle it. Alright, so you're train 1. Train 2, train 3, fishing boat. So you're monorail 1. You are monorail 2. And then you're going to be monorail 3. No, you are monorail 3. I wanted to zoom in. I wanted to see how you look lined up to the track. Oh, and you're spot on. Let's see how we get to that corner that I was having trouble with. Which is the last corner we're going to come to. So we're going to have to make a complete circle to come to the corner in question. But let's see how it does on this corner. And once we get to the other corner, I'll slow it down. We don't have passengers in there yet. That's still a work in progress. But the biggest issue was getting the monorail tracks in and getting everything lined up. So we'll make a circle around the map. Bad touch. Texas. My daughter's in Texas. My daughter is in Austin. My son and his wife and granddaughter are in Pennsylvania. They're right near Reading. They live in the suburbs of Reading. Now, which one is the frame rates? Is it F2? Yep. I want to keep the. I want to take a peek at the frames to see where we're at. Now, again, this is a 16x map. We're traveling at 105 miles an hour, so it's going to take us a little bit to get through around this map. And actually, the corner that we're coming up on is the corner that was giving me a hard time. So I'm actually going to slow us down before we get to that corner. I want to see how it goes around that corner. SA South something. Yeah, this is the corner that was not lining up well. I want to see how we are when we get to. So I'm going to slow us down even more coming up to this corner. Our straight bits are lined up perfect. I want to see what we do when we get to this corner. Yeah, this is definitely the corner that wasn't lining up. I think. Let me slow down. So where are we on the map? Are we up in? Yeah, that's the corner that was giving me a hard time. Okay, no, we're fine. We are fine. Yeah, we're definitely fine. Okay, I can live with this. Let's continue our circle to make sure we're good all the way around. Oh, San Antonio, sorry. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with a lot of the towns in Texas. I do watch Lone Star Law a lot. I love that show. You know, y'all, I can't wait till this map is done because it is a blast driving this monorail around. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it is like I can't believe how well this track fell into place because I had the spline done before I put the track in. Don't think I've seen anyone else do a monorail. Yeah, this is probably the first. And this is a working monorail where we can actually haul workers around the map in the monorail. Because we have a place in the map called Express Personnel. And that Express Personnel, you have to deliver food, water, and gold. And it makes workers. and you pick up your workers with the bus, and you take them to either storage in the apartment buildings, or you take them to the factory. There's going to be several factories that require workers. And then this will haul your workers around the map, since it's a 16x map. So you can haul workers from the center of the map out, because we'll have about 10 places on the map that have apartment complexes where you can store workers in. So the monorail is actually going to haul your workers around the map. Me neither. That's why I'm enjoying seeing the monorail being modeled. Yeah. I didn't make the model. I found it on, I think it was ModHub. One of those modeling. One of the big FS sites. And then it's just a static model. It's a non-working model. So we turned it into a working model. And we turned it into a working model by putting all the fill planes and triggers and stuff into it. So I think I'm good with monorail 3. Let's flip back to monorail 2, monorail 1. Where are you? Okay, you're close. So let me show you how this works. Let me just back this up a second. I'm probably going to get rid of those little electric cantilevers on the roof. I'm just going to park him sort of over here for now. And we'll come back to him in a minute. This, where I'm parking now, this building is not quite finished. Alright, so let's buy, actually let's come over to the map. And again, this is not the finished map, this is just a temporary map. Let's come over to, where am I? I'm lost on my own map already. Let's come over here to Express Staffing. Now at Express Staffing, let me grab some cash. And let me grab some speed. Alright, so Express Staffing. This is a combination of Remax Real Estate. It's a combination of Express Staffing and our construction office. Now our construction office is going to be that big area back there where all those white signs are. But our personnel office is right here. So Express Staffing requires food and water. Why do you not require gold? Oh, I got to fix it on this map. It's going to require gold, but right now it needs just food and water. Let me make a note for myself. I have to add gold to Express Staffing. Because Express Staffing on my other maps require gold, and I want it to require gold on this map as well. But for now, it only needs food and water. So let's grab Store Delivery Mod. Let me grab the K100 and a slide on tipper. So let's jump in here a minute. Now, the food is coffee, cranberries, peanuts, or carrots. So I'm going to grab some, whatever comes up first. I think it's coffee. So let's grab some coffee. You dump it in here. And we'll get this truck out of the way. Let me grab this guy and a tanker. And I'm not going to worry about color coordinating them and all that because we can't save the save game. So let's grab some water. Let's grab some water. Oh, passed it. Water. Now, this is only the first of several that are going to be on the map. And because this is still a work in progress. But in 1 game hour, you're going to have a bus load of workers. So I'm just going to go 2,000 speed for an hour till we get a bus load full of workers. So you take your bus. So we take our bus. And this section of the map's not done yet, but you take your bus. You come over. We will get a start filling signal. So let me zoom my camera around. So we'll come around. We will start filling. It's going to load our bus with workers. Now you could take your workers to the factory that needs them. And if you don't have any factories that currently need any workers, you can take them to the apartment complex and they can go into storage. So I only have 1 apartment complex on the map working. There's gonna be about 8 or 9 of them spread out across the map. So we come over here, and it's not even finished yet. I started it yesterday, I didn't get it finished yet. Because I wanted to get the monorail done. So we come over here, we can, where is my, I'm not getting a unload. I'm not getting an unload trigger. I may have to come in here and adjust the trigger. I had the trigger yesterday. I'm not getting the trigger now. I have a busload of workers. I should be able to offload them right there. Okay, where's my trigger? Do I have to come in and adjust the trigger? I own the property. The trigger's too low. I've got to come in here and adjust the trigger. So I should be able to come in here and I should be able to unload my workers right there. I think the trigger's too low. Yeah, I think the trigger's too low. Alright, we're going to have to come in here and... Oh, okay, well, hang on. Yeah, we're going to have to come in here. We're going to have to adjust that trigger. But I should get an unload. Yeah, I'm not getting it. It's going to tell me to start filling, but I'm already full. Alright, we're going to come in here and adjust that trigger. But anyway, you drop off your workers here with the bus as soon as I get that trigger working. And then on the monorail, come to the first compartment past the engine and then open up your cover. I come in here and I can fill my train with workers. And there's 3 different compartments on the monorail that I can fill with workers. So there's another start filling. So I can fill my monorail with workers. All right, stop. Stop. All right, just drive you out the trigger, it'll stop filling. And then you can drive your workers to other storage facilities, other apartment complexes on the map until you're ready to put them in a factory. But what's bothering me is I had this trigger working right there. There it is. Let me unload my worker. Oh, it was full. That's why it wouldn't take any workers. It was full. So now I can unload my workers by bus. I forgot I pre-filled it to do testing with. So I can drop off my workers, or if there's any workers left in the building, I can fill my bus back up with workers and then take them to the factory. So as long as your apartment complex is empty, you can haul your workers around by bus or by monorail. So I can come in here, bring my busload of workers in if my factories are full. They can go to their apartment and watch TV, play video games, whatever the workers do, until it's time for them to go to a factory. So that's how that whole concept is going to work. So I don't have to go in and fix that trigger. The trigger is working. JK2359, hello. So that is how our express personnel works. That is how our monorails drive. So all 3 monorails, you'll be able to haul workers around on the map to the factories. I'm going to get out of here really soon. Well, not going to get out of here really soon, but I'm going to get out of the game real soon so we can get back into the editor. I want to finish the apartment complex where we're dropping our workers off at. But I just want to check out the rest of the monorail section we put in. Everything looks like it's gliding perfectly on the track. Rob, it looks fantastic. It is so much fun to drive. I'm not going to lie to y'all. So the only thing we'll have to do are the visibility nodes in the train so we can get passengers in the seats. So 3 monorails, the fishing boat, and then 3 regular trains. Thanks to Winston, we have the support our troops trains running around. The liquid tank car does work, so you can haul liquids around the map. And then there's a couple bulk cars. So all of the 3 monorails run on top of the 3 trains. I'm going to have to slow this train down a little bit. So what I want to get done today, it's about, what time is it? About 10 after 4 my time. I'll go till about another hour. I want to come in, I want to get the apartment complex finished. So tomorrow, I want to start working on these railroad silos. I started this one, but it's not finished yet. But now that my monorail track's in place, I can put my apartment complex here. So we can load and unload workers here. This is going to be a transfer station between truck and train. And then this one is going to be connected to the one at the bottom of the hill. So I can load, let's say I harvest a big field of like wheat right here. I can take it with my tipper, I can dump it into here. And then on the top of the hill, I can pick it up with the train and then take it into Central Station in the center of the map until I need it in a factory. So tomorrow we're going to start working on all of these railroad silos. Because they don't have any of the triggers in them. And they're not finished. So now that my monorail's in, we can start working on all these silos tomorrow. Because it's going to be a silo, it's going to be a big area for placeables. Then we're going to have a farmhouse, a couple sheds to store vehicles and stuff in. We'll have the little lake. So I really want to start working on these railroad silos tomorrow. So let me get out of here. Let me check the log real quick. Make sure we don't have any errors with the train, the monorail. Make sure we're looking good here. Other than the key bindings with the auto load. Yeah, we are error free so far with the map. Oh, fill plane. So that is a mod, that's not the map. So right now our map is error free. So monorail I am calling done except for visibility nodes for workers. I want to finish up the apartment complex so we can start duplicating it. Alright, let me get a little bit of speed so I can fly across the map a little bit easier. Again, I have all my traffic splines visible because I know I'm not done with roads yet. Now that the monorail tracks are done, I want to get the rest of this done. Now this is a silo. This is not running on global company, so I can't do visibility nodes in the silo, so I can't make workers appear and disappear, but we're going to just do some static workers. Now the first thing I'm going to need is some kind of a door, so it looks like they have a place to come in and out of the apartment complex with. So what I'm going to do, let me go down on my speed a little bit. So what I'm going to do, let's see, I am done with, ooh, what did I miss? That should have been a train section. Alright, I'll mess with this train. I shouldn't have anything left in those transform groups, so I'll mess with that. Actually, let me fly out there before we mess around with the apartment complex. There shouldn't be anything left unless I miss some track sections in these transform groups. Okay, why do I have two odd pieces of track floating out here in the middle of nowhere? So you can get deleted. You're not my ground train at all. No, you're not my ground train. So you can get deleted. You can get deleted. You can go. You can go. So that means this whole transform group is now empty. So those are my elevated tracks. Yeah, so this whole transform group is now empty. Those are my elevated tracks. So this transform group I can delete, and it's not going to mess with any of my railroad tracks on the bottom level. So all my other train tracks, yeah, my other train tracks should be fine. Back to the apartment complex. I want to get this finished so we can duplicate it and put them with all the railroad silos on the map, which we'll be working on tomorrow. Alright, let me go back down on my speed. Alright, so I'm going to go File, Import. I want to import in, if I even, yeah, I should have it in this map. Okay, Ritchie Valley Objects, Pallets. I want to import a door pallet. I want to steal a door out of it. I'm going to throw it like right here for a moment. Before I do that, I want to close the transform groups that I don't need open. Alright, so we're going to work on this apartment complex right here. That's the transform group I want to work on. I want to grab one door out of here. So we're going to go Edit, Cut, Apartments, and Paste. And I'm going to throw you right there for now. And now I want to get rid of that pallet. Now you are a door. Now, can I make this look like it's an entry door for this building? Because we're going to put, yeah, I can. Kinda, sorta. If I color it black, which I'll probably do, but not now. I just want to see if, I just want something to appear like a door where people can walk in and out of. So if I duplicate you, what do you look like? You'll work. I can live with that. So let's bring a second one back here. I don't want them to look like they're walking through the wall to come to the platform to get on the train. So let's stick you there for now. And I'll color these later and make it look like there's glass in it. But for now, they'll work. And then I want to get a railing up here, and we have to get a couple of the bus stops up here. So let's take one of the bus stops from down here, And let's duplicate it. And we'll bring one or two up to the roof. Because we're going to have two monorails running through here. So we're going to have some people waiting for the monorail. So let's put one there. And let's we'll grab one. And we'll put it about here so they're waiting for the train. And then I want to grab, let's go create a transform group. I'm gonna grab you. We're going to stick you in here. And it's going to be fencing. So I want to grab a section of fence so they don't fall off the roof. And I've got you're over here. This is just, I'm just staging this over here. This isn't in place yet. But I want this guy right here. I'm going to duplicate him. And I'm going to throw him fencing. Paste. Alright, he's going to go in that transform group. And we are going to go edit interactive placement. We're going to get you up here. But I'm going to make you a little bit bigger. So let's go to, 1.5 works. So it's a little bit longer. Now, I don't want to give them a lot of room, but I want to give them, they need room to come out and get to the bus platform. And my bus stop's floating. Alright, hold on. I think these guys are floating a little bit. They are. Let me bring this guy down. Which means this one's probably floating too. It is. Let me bring this guy down. Alright, that'll work. Now we got to get them so they only have access to like the bus area or the platform area. So let's come over this way. And then I should be able to spin it. Yeah, even if I have to move the bus stop. So let's bring you over this way and let's go this way. Might have to slide that bus stop over just a little bit. So I'll bring you down. I'm still too fast. I'm going down on my speed. So I can slowly zoom in. So let's get our railing in. So we'll take you, slide you down a little bit. Now I'm going to have to, I guess we have a couple different heights up here. Is my fence floating or is my fence in the ground? You floating? No, you're not floating. Alright, so this section, I guess that roof is a little bit lower on that end. We're going to lower you down a little bit. Now, I can't go I got to leave room for the train to get through, even though the train doesn't, the fences won't have a collision for the train. But I want to leave a little bit of an opening for the monorail. So we'll shorten you up a little bit. And then we'll put a short section between the monorail. That'll work. Now we can come back here and grab a full-size section. So we'll bring you about there. Yeah, that'll work. And we'll bring you back. And then this bus stop's going to have to come over to, yeah, this side of the railing. Yeah, that'll work. So let's bring you down, and let's just turn you to the corner. Like so. And then we'll come over here. Yeah, we'll come over here. And let me grab, yep, you're one of the full-size sections, so you're going to run, you're going to need room to get around, yeah, you're going to need to walk around and get into the platform. That's actually going to work out pretty well, so let's bring you to the corner. And then we'll go, oh, I know what we're going to do. Yeah, I know what we're going to do. I want you though lined up with, no, I don't need it lined up with that one. We're going to come forward a little bit. I'm going to shorten you up a little bit, like so. And we'll take this guy and we'll go this way. We'll give him, so this guy doesn't need to be here. Do I want to leave it? No, so you actually don't need to be there. I want this guy here, and then we'll stretch you out a little bit, and we'll stretch you out a little bit. So that gives them room to come out of the apartment complex, wait for the monorail, and then get onto the monorail on that side. And then on this side we'll do the same thing. We will grab this section. Let's come up this way. bring you over this way. We'll bring this guy. We'll leave a... Actually, we could take this guy over to... Yeah, here's what we're going to do. We'll give him a little bit more room on this side. So bring you out to about there. And we'll work our way back. So they can have a little bit more room on this side. Now, if I change this from a silo to global company, then I can do visibility nodes. I can make workers appear and disappear, but I don't want to run this off a global company. I want to run this just off the silo XML. So I'm just going to put some static people up here. Like they're going to be waiting for one of the monorails to come in. Something like this, and we'll get the spacing right here in a second. And then we'll get this guy down. Alright, so there's an opening to get onto that train, there's an opening to get onto that train. So the workers can get their butts out of here and go to work when you need them to. I suppose we can give them something else to sit on. So before we put our workers in, so let's grab, I'm going to grab one of the umbrellas. I'm going to duplicate that, and we're going to throw that into our transform group for the apartments. And then we're also going to grab one of the benches. So I'm going to duplicate that, and we're going to go edit, cut, apartments, paste. Alright, so let's come back over here. So we should have a bench. Put you there for now. We can edit. We can have, they can have a table and umbrella to sit on while they're waiting for their train to pick them up and take them to work. I gotta slow down my speed again. So let's get a couple benches in here. And we'll get a couple, we'll get a couple benches on the other side. Dog is stirring. I wonder if he's going to want to go out. May have to go check on the dog here in a minute. So let's get a couple benches on this side. And then we'll get, nope, sister's home. That's why he is. And we'll get a couple benches on this side. Not as much room on this side, but I'm fine with that. We don't like the people on that half. This like right Twix versus left Twix. So what side of the apartment building do you want to live on? And then we'll get a couple benches on this side. And then I guess we can give them a table set over on this side as well. Alright, so they got a place to wait for their monorail to pick them up. Alright, so now what I want to do is I want to grab, so I want to go to Global Company. I want to go to Farmers Market. I can close. I'm going to go to Express Staffing. Over here, I want to grab my visibility node. I'm going to duplicate it a minute. I'm going to go all the way down. I'm going to go edit, cut, and paste so it's no longer in the factory. And I'm going to temporarily stage some people up here. And we're slowly going to pull some people out of here, and we're going to put them on some of the benches and stuff. And actually, before I do that, I'm going to create another transform group. I'm going to put it up here into the apartments. And I'm just going to call it workers. And as I pull people out, I'm going to throw them in here. Well, I guess I could have put the whole, you know what, hold on. Let me undo that. I can put this whole visibility node in that group and just pull people out as I need it and just delete the rest. Let's go edit, cut, apartments, paste. Yeah, I can just store you guys there for now. And we can move them around as I need them. Alright, so you are going to be waiting for the monorail. And we'll just move a couple of the people around. We'll put a couple up here, we'll put a couple on both sides, we'll put a couple down on the bottom level. And once we get the first one done, then we can just duplicate the entire transform group, and we can move them around as we need them. So we won't have to do all this individual work again. We'll have it all done. We'll just move the transform group and duplicate it. Alright, so let's grab next one, and we'll throw you over here. Now I'm going to have to do this to the monorail. I've got to get these transform groups in the monorail and working. It looks like we're getting all the guys. We're going to have to, we got all the guys over here. let's turn you, yeah. And let's hang your arm off. Something like that. Oh, now your butt's too high. No, we're gonna have to turn you this way. There you go, something like that. Something like that. So let's throw a couple more people over here and we'll spread them around. So next on the list, over this way. And then next, throw you over here. Alright, now before I fill up the rest of the roof, we got two sitting in there. Before I fill up the rest of the roof, let's get some down here. So we're up to number 9. So 10. You're the standing one. So you can actually go over here. No, you gotta turn this way. You got, no, you're a girl. Are you a guy or a girl? You're sort of a messed up girl. Your hair's a little weird, but you must be having a bad hair day. Alright, so next is 13. You a guy or girl? You're another girl. So 14. What are you? You are another girl. So 15. Do we have another guy? I might have to go steal a guy off the roof. Oh, you are another standing. Let's put you over here. Let's put you over here and pretend you don't like people. I have to go steal a guy off the roof so they're not all women down here. So what are you? Okay, you're another woman. Let's throw you up top. Let's throw you over here. Alright, so 17. Do we have any guys left, or are they all girls? 17 is a guy. I mean, so we only have one guy left, and he's the guy in his suit. Alright, so we have to pick it up at number 17. But I want at least one guy over here. Oh, excuse me. I want to go. And again, I may have to scale this guy down a little bit. But let's put him here. There we go. So we finish up at 17. We have to skip 19. So 17. Skip 19. So 17. I'll throw you here. And then we'll grab 18. You're not going to fit on this bench really well. Let's put you inside. You're going to fit better over here. Skip 19, so we only have 20 and 21 to deal with. So you're going to fit well over here on this bench. Tilt you back a little bit. And now we have just one more person to deal with. Oh, over here. I think this is our I think this is our transgender. No, it is a woman. Okay. Alright, so this is going to be our what my finished, except for some, parked cars and stuff. We'll have a whole parking lot parked cars, but this is the building I'm going to duplicate for our worker storage around the map. So let me do another quick save. Left Twix. Somebody got a Twix. Now, which side of the building you want to live? Are you the right Twix or the left Twix? So what side of the apartment complex do you want to live on? So we're going to actually duplicate this around the map so I don't have to keep creating new ones. And we're going to use this as our worker storage for the monorails. So this one is staying in place because it's working. So before I get any further along, let's grab, I'm going to grab some parking lines, and we're going to put some parked cars in here, but I don't want to put them in this transform group because I want to be able to take this entire, apartment and then just duplicate it and move it to where I need to. So, but I do want to get some parking lines and some parked cars over here. But I think I'm going to put them in the same transform group as Central Station. So I'm thinking that I already have. So your Central Station cold, your Central Warehouse. Do you have, you already do have, I can duplicate this one. And I don't have to move it because it's part of the same property. So we can get some parking and some parked cars over here. Is, as in there is a building betwixt those two people. Alright, so we will get some parking over here. So we'll put a couple on this side. And we'll get, yeah, because I want to leave room for trucks coming in and out of there. I don't want to go too far on that side. So let's put another let's put some more parking over on this side. That'll use up, that'll take up some of this space over here. And I can live with that. Now let's grab some parked cars. Alright, so parked cars, splines, traffic system, parked cars. Blue is always the front of the car, and it's sitting about right where it is perfect. Now we do need to get some lighting on this building as well. But I can make it the same as our central warehouse. I can just pull lights off a central warehouse since it's essentially the same building, same part of the building anyway. Same farmland or whatever you want to call it when you buy the property. Alright, so let's get some parked cars on this side. And then we'll get some lighting on here. Actually, no, I'm going to add lighting to the building itself in the transform group, so when we duplicate it, it'll already have lights. But we'll definitely get our parked cars taken care of. I always forget parked cars. Parked cars and lighting are the two things I always forget about. And then less cars as you get further away, and then there's always that one person that likes to take up like 2 parking spots because they think their car deserves 2 parking spots. I'm really liking this apartment complex and worker storage. Now what we'll do is we can get some trees along here now, and we can finish up this area, and then the rest of this I'm going to leave open so you can put some placeables down. So the rest of Central Warehouse, Central Station over here is going to stay empty. So let's grab, I'm actually going to, okay, so I'm done with parked cars. Let's go down to Express Staffing has lighting. I'm going to grab that whole transform group. I'm going to duplicate it. We're going to come down to our apartment complex, and we're going to go edit, cut, apartments, paste, because this lighting already has my user attributes and I don't have to put them back in. So I'm going to delete that light, I'm going to delete that light, and then we're going to start duplicating this light. But I want to get some lighting on this building. But I don't want it like, I guess we can go pretty high up with it. Now let's get one a little bit lower so they can see while they're sitting in the bus stop at night. So we have some light down lower so you can load and unload your workers at night. And then let's get some just some lighting on the building. So we'll throw one there. We'll throw one. Yeah, I'll throw one over here on this corner. And this way, when we duplicate this, the lighting will already be done. So let's get, do I want to put in a couple of street lights along the parking lot? I might do that yet as well. So I don't want to overdo the lighting, so let's go, we duplicate this. Let's bring one over here so they can, so you have a little bit of lighting here at night. So you can see when you bring the monorail over. So let's put one about there. And then we'll get one. Now, I'm not going to finish this side where the grass is yet because this whole square is going to get finished at the same time. And I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to take and make it a whole apartment complex here with like a swimming pool, a bunch of buildings, an office, or like a little rental office. And then we may actually put a bus stop up here to make more workers, where you could pick up more workers like right here with the bus and then put them right into storage. So this whole little square of green is going to end up being an entire apartment complex. But just this section is going to be your working section. It's an actual warehouse that stores. It's like a silo in disguise that holds workers. But when I do this whole apartment complex and office and swimming pool and stuff, I may make you build it. I don't think I'm going to give you access to it until you build it. So that's going to be another one of the buildables. Alright, so I'm not going to put any lighting on the other side of the building yet because it's unfinished. But that's going to give us a little bit of lighting at night for now for the working parts of the building. So I'm going to do a save because I haven't saved in a while. And I'm about ready to get out of here for the night. I've been sitting in the desk chair now for about, what time is it? 5 p.m. About 14 hours so far today. So I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to get myself ready to get some dinner. And I want to see if I can retexture this apartment building so when we build our apartments, they pop in different colors. So that's something, that's going to be a project for another day. But right now, our main goal is getting our railroad silos finished. And by getting our railroad silos finished, the next one I want to work on, when we pick it up tomorrow, if I can stream, it all depends on the Wi-Fi. I have a really hard time streaming on the weekends. But if I can stream tomorrow, we're going to pick it up with this very first, like the first of like 8 or 10 railroad silos. So I want to finish this whole area tomorrow. So I'm going to have to slide these train crossings around a little bit because now they're falling under the, so let's take you, we'll slide you down so you can get a truck or tractor through there. And then we'll slide this one over so you can get truck or tractor through there. And then, so this whole section is in a visibility node because this visibility node is going to be buildable. So you're going to have to build this whole area when you buy it. So as part of the build for this, I'm going to take one of the apartment complexes that we just built. So I'm going to take one of the apartments that we just built. I am going to duplicate it. I'm going to put it in with the railroad silo. So we're going to go edit, cut, visibility, paste, and you're gonna have to go up here somewhere along this. So do I want it there, or do I want to put it over here? Let's see what you look like over here. So you can store workers. So you can bring your workers from the center of the map out here with the monorail, and you can store them here close to where your placeable factories are going to be. And I think I like it. I may pull it out to the road. Do we want to pull it out to the road? Yeah, because if I pull it out closer to the road, let me split the difference. We could put a little parking lot here and trees and a little picnic area, and we can make it look good. So we're going to call this the apartment. So now there's a couple. I can go for about another half an hour. So now we have the main building that we can just keep duplicating, which is super, super nice. And I actually like where it's sitting. So now what we do is, so I'm going to leave this in place. You're not going to have access to it until you build it, but we can get the working parts in. Where's my bus stop? Is it on this side? It's on this side. I'm going to have to spin this around. Hold on. It's facing the wrong way. Let's spin you this way to 0, 0, and 90. There we go. My bus stops need to be on that side so you can come in here with the bus and drop your workers off or pick your workers up. So you're going to be right about there. We'll have parking around here. We'll have a little picnicky area. How are you sitting? You are. Does this whole thing have to come down just a little bit? And am I on the main transform? I am on the main transform. So let's bring this whole thing down just a hair. Like that. Alright, so we're going to leave it there. We're going to add in a little bit more concrete so you can drop off your peoples with the bus. Thanks for the stream, mate. Been watching. Thank you so much. Bad Touch. Thanks, Oldman102. Enjoyed watching you create this map. Yeah, I'm going to go for about another 20 minutes before I get out of here for the night. We're going to get the triggers working for this building, and we're going to give it a quick test. So I'm going to grab, let's go to square. Let's grab our concrete. Because if we get the triggers working here, that'll be one less thing we have to get working tomorrow. So let's take you like that. Let's take you. We might as well take you all the way across. Like so. Alright, that works. So what I want to do now is we're going to grab, I'm going to go File, Import, Ritchie Valley, Maps, Placeables, Railroad Silos. I'm going to import Passenger 1, but I'm going to go File, Export. We're going to call it PASS02, and I'm going to export it right back out. I'm going to delete Passenger 1 because it's in a perfect place and I don't want to move it. So we're going to go File, Import. We're going to import Passenger 2 in. Now we're going to mess with Passenger 2. And we're going to get all of the working parts over here. So let's, oh, and we're going to have to cut it down a little bit because it has more pieces to it than we're going to need. But let's get the triggers over here. We can start getting them into place. All right. So if I spin you, yeah, this way, and actually I don't even have to remove the extra triggers. It won't even hurt to keep them in. I just need to get one set up top and one set at the bottom. So we're going to have our triggers here to load and unload our passengers on the bottom with the bus. And then we're going to have, I'm going to have to move these a little bit. And then I could take, and we can take our train and we can slide it over to right there. And we could take this one for our train. And we can slide it over to right there. And the second track we're not going to use. I don't need. It can just hang. Now, height-wise, where do I need to be? I think these are going to be too high. So before we can even test this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to spawn. We're going to come back over here. I'm going to spawn in. I'm going to spawn the first one back in just to see how high or how low I have to move my triggers. And then I'll know how high or how low to set them up for the second one. And And then we can test that one, and I can get out of here for the night. And that'll be one more building done. Alright, so I'm going to spawn in my triggers again. So I'm going to go File, Import. We're going to spawn in Passenger 1. So my triggers on the bottom are sticking up off the ground. My triggers on top are just touching the roof. Okay, so now I know how high to adjust them. So I'm going to take that one, I'm going to delete it back out. So now I know where to set my triggers. We can always spawn them back in and adjust them, but I like this stuff to work the first time. It just makes it easier. Alright, so we take this whole mess, and I think it's right about where it needs to be honest with you. I seriously think it is. We're going to give this a quick test. So we're going to go Passenger 2, I'm going to go File, Export. We're going to overwrite one there. I'm going to delete it out. We're going to import it back in and see if it spawns in right where it's supposed to, and it does. So we're going to leave it there a minute. We're going to go to Ritchie Valley, Maps, Placeables, Railroad Silos. We're going to take Passenger 1, we're going to copy it. We're going to rename it Passenger 02. So let's edit it. So it is going to be Apartment 2. It is going to be, my I3D is number 02. It is no longer Apartment 1, it is Apartment 2. And Apartment 2. And it's going to store just workers. So my I3D is in place, my XML is now duplicated, but it's now Apartment 2. So that's that part done. We have to go to a mod description. We have to take our Passenger 1, and we're going to put in our Passenger 2 XML. We're going to save the mod description. Then we have to go to our items XML. And we're going to take Passenger 1, but I want to cut this down just for testing. I want to go down to 20. So we're going to take this whole mess for Passenger Station 1. I'm going to copy it. We're going to put it in here. And I'm going to put a space underneath it so I can have room to keep duplicating this. So it is now going to be Pass 02. So I don't want it running on the Passenger 1 XML. I want it running off the Passenger 2 XML. And then the only other thing we have to do to it now is give it its coordinates. So we have to change where it spawns into the map. So that one, 205.003. Actually, if I leave it at the same height, I know it's going to be perfect, so I don't even have to mess with that. We have this one. So there is our X, Y, and Z coordinates. Now our rotation is minus 180, 90, minus 180. So I'm going to save that. It's going to be preloaded with workers, but you won't have them preloaded with workers once the map's released. I'm just doing it for testing. So if I take and I despawn those, and we save it, when we come in here to test this, we should now have a working monorail for this building and a working bus for this building. So we can store our workers out here. And then we'll pick it up with this area tomorrow, because I want to finish this entire railroad, railroad silo area tomorrow. But my brain is starting to die for the day, so. And I've been in this chair way too long. And I got a bunch of messages, so I need to catch up on too. So let's minimize the map for now in case I got to come in and make any quick changes to it. Let's jump in game. So let's start. Let's delete save game 8. Let's start a new save game. And let's see if our second apartment building is working. And if our second apartment complex is working, then you can transfer passengers from the central station in the middle of the map out here to apartment complex 2 with the monorail. Alright, so let us, I'm going to grab, wrong one. But since I did that, I just want to check the log real quick. I hit the wrong button, but while I'm here, I want to check the log to make sure there's no errors with the second apartment complex. And there's not. I didn't think there should be. But what I wanted to hit was F11. I want to grab some money. And I want to grab some speed. And for now, I want to turn off switch to trains because I don't want to tab into the train. So we should now have a hotspot for apartment 2. So we have our apartment 2. And I'm going to grab my store delivery mod. And we're going to grab a bus. Now, for now, oh, that is so cool. I have this preloaded with workers, so we should be able to pick up workers here with the bus, and we should be able to drop workers off with the bus. Alright, so start filling, so we can put our workers on the bus. Now I should be able to take my workers and offload them from the bus. Alright, so the bus is working. So we can load and unload our workers by bus. Now I got to turn, switch to trains back on. And we got to figure out, we're going to have to figure out which train this is. I think it's train monorail 2, your monorail 3, your monorail 2, where am I? Yeah, your monorail 2. I'm going to stop you and back you up instead of driving you all the way around. Now I don't have the visibility nodes in the monorail done yet, but we should be able to come back to, I'm going to open up the cover. I just want to back up instead of driving all the way around the map. I want to go back to the apartment complex we just put in. Are you? No, you're the wrong train. I think this is train 1. This might be the wrong train. I'm going to have to change colors on the train so we know which one they are, 1, 2, and 3. No, you're the correct train. You're train 2. So let's back you up till we come over to the apartments. And I should now be able to load and unload workers. With the monorail. Have a good night. Yeah, I mean, like I said, as soon as we get this tested, I'm out of here for the night. I really appreciate everybody stopping in, saying hello. Appreciate all the new follows. All right, let me start slowing down. So we should be coming up on top of our apartment complex any second. Yeah, so let me hit the brakes. Oh, look at that. So we have a start filling. So I can fill up my workers here, or I can drop them off here. So we can move workers from the center of the map to the to this side of the map, or we can vice versa. So we have a full load of workers or a partial load of workers. I still have to adjust the quantities. So we can move our workers from the center of the map to the outer parts of the map, or the outer parts of the map back to the center of the map. Thank you, so you have a good night as well. We'll do, when we make the PDA, we'll do colored lines on the map so you know what train you're on. So we'll do like a red and orange and a blue or something like that. A red, a blue, and a green. So we'll have, well, not green, because green's a popular color on the map, but we'll pick 3 different colors. Maybe like a purple, a teal, so we can designate our train lines from one another. So the silo coming up is another complex we still have to do. So there'll be another silo complex placeable area right there, and another apartment complex right there on this placeholder, the silo we're about to pass. So this will be another spot right here where you can pick up and drop off workers. But we're going to drop this off at Central Station. Now, if I can figure out a way to get the express personnel, that is so cool. We can get a way to make express personnel. I can do it. I can put a trigger on the roof of one of the apartment complexes where we can create workers right on the roof where we can pick them up with the monorail. I can do that. I can't do it at Central Station because it's a double train, but where the single trains are, I can probably spawn workers in right on the roof. All right, let me hit the brakes. Oop, hit the brakes, wrong way. And we're going to pass this trigger off before I can even slow down. We'll have to back up a little bit. But there we go. So we can transfer our workers from apartment complex to apartment complex with the ooh, I lost the can I not unload you? It must be full. It must be, oh, it's full. That's why I couldn't unload it. I can fill it. Yeah, it's too full. So let me completely empty it. And then I should have the signal to offload the workers back in here. Right there. So I can unload my workers back in. Until it's full, then it won't take anymore. And then I'll figure out a way where we can spawn workers right on the roof, where we can make workers at the express personnel and just pick them up with the monorail. So that's something else I can work on as well. But I'm going to get out of here for the night. So I'm going to throw you all on ending soon while I save and close the map. Once again, I appreciate everybody coming in, taking time out of their day, saying hello. Hope everybody has a great night. If I cannot stream this weekend, if the Wi-Fi's crappy, everybody have a great weekend, and I will catch you all on Monday. But if the Wi-Fi's semi-decent tomorrow, we'll come in and get a stream in tomorrow. So everybody, thanks for hanging out.